And I would like to welcome you all to the study session portion of the board meeting. Today is August 18th, 2020, and we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. We thank you for being here, and we will go ahead and get started with our study session item. And the first item is an update from Superintendent Rick Robbins on the opening of school. And while Superintendent Robbins is coming up, I'll just remind the board that the administration has prepared some information for us. And if you have additional questions, please feel free to ask them. And we hope to keep within our time limit. I think we've allocated quite a bit of time for this item, and we appreciate this administration preparing this information for us. Thank you. Superintendent Robbins.
Thank you, President Tini, and thank you to board members. Again, it's great to be here tonight, and I just want to first express my deep appreciation to administration, principals, teachers, staff, and parents, and our students and our entire community. It's a very different time and a very exciting time as we get ready for Monday. And I know that draws on a lot of different emotions and feelings, but I think it's also important to express the just the positive energy that I feel getting ready for Monday. We've heard from many different people and that have shared their input and their thoughts about reopening school, and I think we all can agree that it's definitely an exciting time for our students to get back to learning and engaging with each other and with our great teachers and staff in the district. So tonight, for our reopening update, we just have a few brief updates for the board, and if there's questions, we can definitely field those. We'll start off with Steve Diamond. We'll talk a little bit about enrollment update and personnel updates, and then we'll hear from Dr. Landward, and she'll talk a little bit about our online options and instruction. We'll then have an update from Business Administrator Leon Wilcox on transportation. And then our Research and Assessment Director, Dr. Hal Sanderson, will give us an update on community COVID data. And then we'll hear from our Special Ed Director, Misty Suarez, on an update on special education preparation. And then we'll wrap up with BJ Weller in responsive services, just to talk a little bit about the notification process and protocols with positive cases that may occur. So that's the lineup. We've asked everyone to be as succinct and direct with their presentation in the slide deck. So we'll go to that point. Okay. Right. Steve, you want to come up?
Thank you. So approximately 198 licensed benefit eligible employees have been hired so far this year. I should actually increase that by one. We just hired an individual. She will be driving from New York to be here for Monday morning. So what we still have left to hire, we have one middle school science teacher, one social studies composite. My understanding is they're planning on offering that position later this evening. One ECC, one Jordan Valley special education class, and 2 resource teachers. So looking at online enrollments, so as of this morning at 9:15, and it changes minute by minute, we have 24,603 in-person students registered, 7,104 for online, not answered 1,819, and parent-led 621. Now, the high school online numbers reflect the number of students who have enrolled in one or more classes, which makes it a little bit more difficult to schedule as well as to understand exactly where we are with those numbers. But as of this morning, there were 524 high school students who were registered for full day. The rest of those students are taking a period, a couple of periods. It varies from student to student and course offerings. For our online educators, we have 63 full-time elementary educators teaching online, 5 part-time. Middle school, we have 103 educators who are teaching 131 sections or periods of classes. High school, we have 6 full-time educators, 30 part-time, which reflects basically 3 periods of teaching online, and then another 96 educators who are teaching a combination of 137 other sections or periods. As of today, out of all of those educators, I've had 16 educators request to work remotely, and all 16 have been approved. Any questions for me? We tried to keep it short and sweet.
Just a question on the high school teachers. How's that working online? I've heard teachers saying that there's really no 100% online high school teacher. Versus...
There are 6 full-time and 30 part-time. So it may be that they're teaching. So those 6 are 100% full-time. I have 2 at Hillcrest, 2 at Jordan, and where's my other 2? Can't remember. I apologize. A lot of the part-time teachers, they're scattered all the way across the district. But yes, we do have some. And
were we able to accommodate the high risk high school teachers, or
for the high school, we were able to accommodate some, but not all, not anywhere close to all. So it could be that they're doing 3. So like on an A day, they're teaching remotely, and on the B day, they're in person.
Thank you.
Board, any other questions for Mr. Diamond? Thank you. I know that's been a tremendous amount of work to try and put all of those needs and requests and align them with our resources. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Steve, I do
Yes.
have to say thank you for all of that, because having seen that firsthand this week, just at an administration position, looking at it, just a principal, that was unbelievably crazy and difficult, and making all the choices of different things that had to go on with moving students, with moving teachers, with moving teachers, with moving students again, with contacting parents. So I don't even and can't even comprehend what that looks like on a district level. But I am sure that it was many, many, many hours, and I'm sure it was very, very taxing. And I just want to say thank you all, because it took the whole team, and then more. I mean, clear down to the student and the parent to be able to pull that off.
This isn't a one-person activity. This was district administration, school principals, teachers, counselors. It is a huge, huge task. And a big shout out to the high schools, because that's where the most complex is, to try to figure out all of those moving pieces, and they tend to keep moving. And so I really do appreciate all of the staff who've worked on this. They've done a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Amber Roderick Landward.
Good evening. How is everyone? Okay. It's not, maybe we need to just refresh, Julie, sorry. So I'm going to talk specifically about where we are with online learning and the parent-guided options. So first, I just want to start out with a reminder of what options we have available, and then I'll walk you through some of the specifics that relate to high school. So for elementary, remember we're offering online options for English language arts, math, and then keyboarding and science. And that keyboarding and science might be new information because in the curriculum maps, we always start out with keyboarding at the beginning of the year, and then we move into the science standards. So I just wanted to be really clear about that. For middle school, again, we have the 4 core areas: ELA, math, science, and social studies. And then for high school, we have the options broken down for online to be school-based online courses as well as independent study courses. So in looking at those specifically, when we talk about the school-based online courses, the ones that are available are the core areas, so ELA, social studies, math, and science. And then some electives, and this varies by school based on the process that Steve just described in terms of the number of students who registered for online, and then what needed to be organized in terms of organizing the master schedule and where to assign those teachers. So for these online school-based courses, the course structure will use Canvas as a learning management system. So that is where all of the instruction and resources for students will be accessed. That's also where they will access communication and additional support from their teacher. The courses are organized with a specific CSD Canvas template so that there's some consistency across those courses for students. The courses have been developed by our CSD teachers, and these courses align to the in-person scope and sequence. The other things that are unique about these particular courses, and that will be different from the independent study courses that I'll talk about in just a minute, is that these courses provide a lot of guidance and scaffolding throughout the instructional process in a given week, or what we're calling modules. And they provide the opportunity for some synchronous and asynchronous instruction. And that's going to, again, vary a little bit by course and availability of the instructor. But in terms of having that teacher either post-recorded lessons, have some synchronous consulting and support times for the students, or the occasional synchronous actual live instruction happening. For the independent courses, this is why Julie doesn't like me to present from Google, isn't it, Julie? Has a little bit of a delay there. So for the online courses that are independent study, we also have core courses available. And then we have elective courses as well as AP courses. On board docs, I shared with you a comprehensive list of what courses will be available. All of the independent study courses will be offered through CVHS. And so you'll be able to see on that document which specific core classes, which specific electives, and which specific AP courses will be available. So CVHS, and Amy's here so she can jump in and interrupt me if I get some of these details wrong, but they use a learning management system called Accelerate, and that has been organized with specific lessons that have been created by the publisher. And the students move through those lessons, instruction, assignments, and assessments at a self-paced model. We then hire CSD instructors to work outside their contract time to support these students by correcting their assignments and giving them that feedback, issuing grades, and being available for some of those question and answers. But again, just to be clear, there are those 2 options: the online school-based courses and then the independent study CVHS courses. Thanks for your patience with this. Okay, so what I wanted to just walk you through really briefly is to answer the question that we've been getting a lot. I know you've been getting a lot, and principals have been answering this question for the last couple of weeks as well. And it's, what exactly is the online learning going to look like? Most of the parents, one of their first questions to me when they ask this is, just tell me how it's going to be different from this spring. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a visual of the template because there are some similarities across elementary, middle, and high school so that you can see exactly what the students will be accessing in Canvas. So this will focus on, again, those online courses that have been district created, not the independent courses that I mentioned at the high school level. So when students log on to their course, so at the elementary, It's going to be their overall elementary day. For middle and high school, it's going to be for a specific content. They're going to see a similar page, homepage essentially, that walks through the teacher's disclosure, an introduction of who the teacher is so that they've got an opportunity to get to know their teacher a little bit, and just the basic routines of that particular class. What then becomes unique is where the students go from here to access the actual instruction. So at the elementary, the course is organized by weeks, and you can see here there's a week for every week of this particular term. Once they click on a week, students then will see what they're going to do for the scope of an entire week. We tried to make it as simple as possible for both the students, but also the parents who may be supporting them in this process. So the students will click on day 1 of instruction, which will most likely be a Monday, and then it'll walk them through, and I'll show you what that looks like in just a minute. And then at the secondary level, it's organized by a module each week. So they'll be able to look at what's expected of them over the course of a given week for that particular content area. There's also the option in some courses for students to opt into a pre-assessment where they can demonstrate their mastery. And if they're able to do that, they will get credit for those assignments, and they'll be able to move into the Extension Explore and the final check for understanding for that particular week. So that will help them organize their time for the week as well. As they move through their instruction, the piece that I always explain to parents that is going to hopefully be different for some of the parents who expressed some of their concerns with what they experienced in the spring is that there'll be a really specific focus on teaching in the course, even though it is an online and an asynchronous course in most cases. So to be really clear what the students are expected to learn that week, and they'll know how they've been successful through that learning intention and success criteria. Each module then has a teach or an instruct component where the students have the opportunity to view either the teacher or an instructional video that the teacher has decided to post. This might also be where the teacher chooses to offer that synchronous instruction, particularly at the elementary level. There would likely be a read and kind of dive in component, and then they'll have the option to go deeper into that explore or extension part of the lesson. The teacher then will be specific about what that assignment or that evidence of learning that they're expecting students to submit for the week. And then what we've asked every online teacher to do is to have a wrap-up at the elementary level. This will be daily. At the secondary level, this will be at the end of each module. And this is an opportunity for a student to just give feedback about what they've learned over the course of the week. One of the things that we heard a lot in the parent feedback and student feedback was they weren't always sure where they could go to get help and what that looked like. So we've got that built in each week for the learning where the student can just rate how their experience was over the course of the week. And then you'll notice that last line we've asked teachers to include whether or not the student wants to request an opportunity to connect with the teacher so that we can make sure that we're following up with those students who are asking for that help. So that gives you kind of a little bit of a visual as to what those courses are going to look like within Canvas. Obviously, there's a lot more detail. Our teachers have been working extremely hard to build really quality content that is rigorous, aligned to the standards, and that students leave with the level of mastery of those standards. I'm really sorry. Maybe if I lean over here more. So in terms of a timeline, I know many of us have been getting a lot of calls, particularly today, saying, I haven't heard anything, school starts on Monday, what does that look like? And I just appreciate everybody's patience as we've tried to put together an online program for the district, and we really want to make sure that it's quality and meets the needs of our students and the expectations of our community. So this week, you'll notice, and I think, Steve, thank you for showing up today and seeing firsthand what the training looked like. But we've been working with the teachers this week on training them on these templates and answering their questions and setting those expectations of online teaching. Also this week through next week, the schools have already organized and scheduled how they're going to distribute devices and learning materials. So for online learning, students will be receiving their consumables for math. And so that will occur K through 8. Tomorrow, we will be sending parents information about what to expect with online learning. So we're calling it a startup packet. So that's going to include a basic checklist of how they can get started with online learning, how they can access their online learning, specifics around accessing their passwords. We're hoping to have some information about where they can go for more in-depth information related to training on Skyward. If that's not available in the actual welcome packet tomorrow, it will be at their orientation, which you can see will be offered next week. So we will be creating an asynchronous module for parent orientation with over 7,000 parents wanting this option. We were struggling to figure out logistically how we could either get them in or even do something virtual that was live, and decided the best way was going to be to do something that they could access when they wanted it, when they needed it, and then we give them a place where they can ask questions so that we can respond to those in a timely manner. First day of school is the 24th, as you know, so instruction begins on that day, and there's a lot of introductory components that we're asking students to complete to make sure that they remember how to use Skyward and how to access and complete assignments, submit assignments, all of those things. They'll be able to connect with their teacher next week, but then more of those routines that the teachers have put in place will begin in full swing on the 31st. Any questions about the online learning before I move into the parent guided?
Mr. Wrigley has some questions.
First off, I want to thank you for the opportunity you gave me today. I went to your middle school presentation, was quite impressed. They did continue to talk about the creator. So I don't know if this was divinely inspired. The creator gave this to us. I suspect that was your staff or something, but I just thought it was sort of cute. It looks like the middle school program and maybe the elementary school program is mastery based. Is that correct?
Tell me what you mean when you say mastery based.
Well, based upon the modules, I was getting the impression that it was based upon sort of a mastery-based system that you check a quiz, and if they mastered it, then they sort of like what they do at Western University or Western Governors University, that if they were to pass, they take the quiz. If they were to pass it, that shows that they have mastery of it, but they also have other online courses about they could enhance their level.
Correct. And
So
that's actually just for middle school.
Yeah, okay, because that seems like it really gives that depth with a lot of parents are concerned that if you had one online course and our kids was bored because they knew it,
Correct.
then they would be doing stuff they known. So I was impressed in seeing that it had an opportunity to
creators
look
were
at it
good.
and see that, take your quiz at the beginning after looking at that. If you did it, then it would actually skip those sections. And then you would be able to go ahead and take additional and take a test at the end for mastery. So I thought that was really individualized.
Good.
So thank you.
I'm glad to hear that feedback, Steve. And so that is something that will be available in the middle school courses, but I should say it will also be available in some high school courses, because that's something that teachers have always had the opportunity to incorporate in their courses.
Yeah, that's my question is high school, are we staying the standard grading in high school? Or it looks like the middle school and still will go to COVID grading. Where was that at?
Nope, actually that's another, and maybe
Okay,
I skipped
I
this
saw
slide
something
actually.
earlier, so, yeah.
Sorry. I did have a couple of quick facts and hopefully it'll switch back. But one of the questions that we have heard mostly from students, interestingly enough, is what the grading is going to be. And there's been the assumption that it will be COVID grading scale. And so I want to make that very public that we will not be using the COVID grading scale. It will be the grading system that was in place prior to COVID. So it will be the same grading scale that the school is using in person, and that will be applied to online as well for all levels.
Good. I was glad to hear in the middle school area, they're talking about cheating the system, whatever, and there are ways to get around it. Kids are actually getting better grades and should that there were going to be ways to check and make sure that they were actually doing the work
Yes.
and submitting the work that they're supposed to, rather than whatever. So I was, thank you for the opportunity. I don't know if anybody got to go to the elementary. I just ran out of time, but But it was interesting to see, and the teachers seem to be excited about it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Or, Mrs. Oaks?
So Amber, after having survived the COVID transition immediately to online, I have to say I'm impressed by some of the changes that have been made. And I think that these are going to be really user-friendly for the parents. I especially love the emojis at the end. There were times that nothing could replace just like a distressed, please help us. Like
Exactly.
we're really overwhelmed or whatever it was. And to be able to do that very quickly, I think will be very helpful for the parents. So thanks for thinking through a lot of those pieces. I recognize it's not easy. And when you have a system that runs smoothly, there's a whole lot of thought and effort that's been done in the background. So thanks.
You're welcome. And just to add to the parent-friendly piece that I don't know was really explicit in the slides, for the elementary in particular, when they click on that day one, there's a next button and a back button, so they don't have to try to sort through the long list of modules, which was some feedback from the elementary parents saying, I don't even know where to go first. So all they have to do is click next, click next, click next. So hopefully that'll help with the navigation as well, and they can toggle back and forth that way versus a menu.
Okay. Mrs. Arnold, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple just quick ones. So in elementary, we're not doing any social studies. Are you integrating social studies with language? I couldn't remember that one.
Social studies is integrated with language. Great question, Clarine. Thank you.
That's what I thought. I just didn't want people to believe that we weren't doing any kind of social studies, especially right now, right? And the rest of it, I'm just really appreciative of all that you've done and put together to make this work. And then if, I don't need to ask that question unless that happens, so never mind. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
Sorry, forgot to ask this earlier. Do you have any updates on what's happening with DLI online yet for parents? I see a lot going on in terms of Facebook pages with parents asking those questions, and I'm just curious if there's any update from the state.
The only update is what I sent out to parents last week, and that was that the courses are being developed and they'll be available for registration after Labor Day.
Okay.
And so as soon as we have that registration information and a little bit more detail in terms of the course structure, where it's housed, what the instruction components are, we'll get that out as soon as we have it. But that's all we have for right now.
Got it.
And can I just follow up with that?
Mm-hmm.
When you say they're being designed, the courses, it's designed by the state.
Correct. So the state has organized teams of teachers similar to the way that we did, and they're putting those courses together and making them available for all of the districts.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments, board? No? All right.
Okay, I'll move into the parent guided just really quickly. There's only 2 slides if we can get them to, there we go. So for the parent guided district supported instruction, we are updating the Parent Connections website that we used during our school closure to house parent resources, and posted to that site beginning Monday the 24th. Parents will be able to access specific instruction guides for each grade level K through 8. Those instruction guides will include the specific content standards so that they know what students are expected to be able to do at each grade level in each subject. We'll give them the CSD scope and sequence that will be used in person. So if they want to follow that scope and sequence that is occurring at their school, they'll be able to do so. And then we will give them access to the digital curriculum resources where we have those available now. Not every subject area has digital resources, but we have also vetted a number of digital resources, just like we did in the spring for our home learning. And so we will have those linked as well. Additionally, there will be some learning resources and teaching resources for those at the elementary level where there's some maybe more specific strategies around teaching reading and what parents are still calling the new math, so that they can have access to some guides to support them in that teaching process. They will also have access and be given information with passwords of how they can access any school-specific software. And that's, again, primarily at the elementary level where we have a lot of different software programs that families are used to accessing. They will have access to those as well. We've also put together just a really simplified critical elements of a lesson. Should any parents want to look at the scope of a lesson or a day or a week, we'll have that available. Some ideas for scheduling, and then some how-to videos for accessing the common resources that they would have in their school. So Skyward, Pearson, those kinds of things. So our timeline for supporting this, I mentioned that August 24th, we will go live with this website where parents can access all of these guides. Tomorrow, parents will receive information about how to begin accessing and, again, what they can expect. And then this week through next week, schools will be distributing their learning materials. And I think we have a clarification on the devices. Rick, no? Yes? Not yet. They're checking them out. Okay. For parent guided as well, right? Okay. So any questions for me?
I actually had a question on that website, the parent connections. Is that something that a parent would need a login and a password for?
Good question. No, that will be a direct link that's connected to our overall district site.
So even parents whose students are participating either in person or in the online program would also have access to that if they felt like they needed that additional support or understanding of what
Absolutely.
learning was hopefully happening.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts or questions?
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate, again, let me just say thank you to you and your team. I know that it might look simple on a few slides, but it represents a great amount of work, and we appreciate that. So please extend our thanks to them. Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you. A couple weeks ago, we went over some of the cleaning we would do in the classrooms. And I can't seem to advance this. It's a little slow. Okay, and I advanced it way. And so we just wanted to quickly highlight some of the cleaning we'll be doing on our buses each day. We will not be masking up each bus, but we thought we might try it on one. Just to let you know what our protocols will be, we'll have hand sanitizer and masks available for any student who forgets a mask on each bus. And if they need some hand sanitizer, we'll have that available. Between each run, so when they drop off students, the driver will get up and do what we call a quick ozone spray. That is the bottle in my left hand, in the clear bottle in the corner there. That is a liquid base. They'll just quickly spray that on each seat, walk down one aisle, spray on one aisle, come back, spray the other aisle coming back. That's harmless. Within 10 minutes, it can be sat back on. And then they also wipe down handrails. They'll each have a package of these wipes in there to clear handrails and high touch points. Then when the bus comes in the midday and afternoon, we'll do more of a deep clean or disinfectant clean with the hypochlorous acid. That would be the green ozone gun spray there. So that is our protocols for bus cleaning. Just had the 2 slides. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Wrigley.
Okay, just a couple here. What are we doing as far as number of kids on the bus, and how are we cohorting them, and what are we doing in regards to that?
So there will be, we think, less kids because we're still going to do the number of runs. Each kid will be assigned seats. That's part of our plan.
Mm-hmm.
So if we do need to go back and do any contract tracing, we do have cameras, high density cameras or high resolution cameras on each of our buses.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go back and see where they were sitting if need to on that ways. But They
So
were,
will we have one kid per seat or two kids
there
or
will probably be two.
two?
Some may be one, but I would still count on two.
And are we trying to have families sit together, which
Yeah.
most kids don't like to sit with their family, but maybe encourage them or something?
We will encourage our drivers to assign those seats based on families. I do think that is on our plan.
Will kids have assigned seats in the
Yeah.
bus then?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the plan.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And I assume the bus drivers, early as the kids get on there, will sort of look at them to see if they look good. Whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Milleberg.
Leon, I know that you're kind of surrounding the driver with a plexiglass shield.
we've been instructed not to do that
Oh, you have?
from the highway patrol
Hmm.
because that could fog up and they could not see out that window. So that has been,
Mixed, huh?
that the highway patrol has asked us not to do that.
I was not
statewide.
aware of that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
My question was really going to be if you thought about putting plexiglass shields on the bus between seats to protect the kids.
The answer would be no. We feel like, we're going to have each one on a mask. Most of our routes are not that long between when the student gets on and either dropped off at the school or dropped back home. So, with the mask required, we're hoping that's under the 15 minutes for most of our routes. But the plexiglass between the seats has not been part of our plan.
Yeah, I was just thinking, especially if you get a crowded bus, the bus makes the school look really good for social distancing.
Could be situations there, yeah.
Oh, you're all facing forward.
I have a question too, in regards to the number of students that would be on a bus. Do we anticipate or do we have any way of maybe seeing if parents might want to prefer to drive their own child rather than put them on the bus? Is there any way of accounting for that?
Way we load our routes are, child in the, we go through each neighborhood and pick them up and load them that way. So we really don't count on parents. We do think there'll be more parents driving, which would load the buses, but we don't know. We really can't count that because they may do it 3 days out of the week, but the 2, they could still put their child on the bus. So makes it a little difficult that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions on our buses? And again, I just want to thank all of those in transportation. I know that even designing those routes and figuring it out down to the individual household level and at sometimes
They've done
has been highly, the workload has been highly increased this year with trying to do the seating assignments and all of that.
And
So,
especially with, every year we have, 25 to 35 new drivers too. So.
and training of drivers, yes.
Exactly.
So please extend our appreciation to Mr. Wardle and the whole team there in the transportation
Certainly do
department.
that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Sanderson.
I like that slide. Freeze. That's good. Right there. We're good. Good evening. You've asked me to give you a brief update on my new part-time job of COVID cases. I'm on it. So this is broken down by zip code, and I've also combined it to make it easier. And you can see that we really had a lot of peak in that middle of July. And since that time, we've had an ongoing decrease. Between July 27th and August 9th, those last few weeks, we have one community that went up, several went down, and then the latest is that the Midvale cases that went up, their numbers as of this morning dropped down again. So I wasn't able to update the slides, but I've been watching it, knowing that I'd be talking to you
find folks. And the trend is going down. Over the last 3 weeks, it's been more gradual. Leading the last few weeks of July, it had a little bit more of a sharper decline in terms of number of cases, as well as the number of individuals that were tested. I almost said students. Remember, we're looking at community data, so it is not a K-12 data that we're presenting, but all in our community. And then recently today, to add to it, we had statewide, we had only 263 cases, and that's quite a significant drop for the middle of July, with the governor's 7-day average of wanting to be at 400. So it's going well below those marks right now. And Salt Lake County that we're in, obviously only had 86 cases today, and that was low all the way. I calculated it's back to May 25th that we had that few of cases. So almost 3 months ago. So these are encouraging patterns. I would just say that we need to keep doing what the health department and everyone around us is asking in terms of being really good with sanitation and keeping our hands clean and masking up and everything else. But it's an encouraging trend that we have right now. And then for Board Member Milliberg, I have added in the population to try to help balance it. You can see that our larger communities with population are in Draper and Cottonwood Heights. But that's kind of a context as we're looking at those cases. And you can see that when we're dealing with a week, and you can see that that August 3rd to 9th, just wrapping up, we don't want anyone to have this, but when you're looking at a large zip code of, 20 to almost 30,000 individuals, and we do have, out of a full week, we have 10 to 20 cases. So yes, it's there. It has our attention, to put it mildly, but we're dealing with some, 10 cases out of an entire zip code of 29,000 people and things like that. We need to be vigilant, but I think we need to try to be measured as to where we're at and hopefully where we can continue. Any questions?
Questions? Mr. Wrigley?
I appreciate you giving me the information of the county website the last time. I've been following that. It's really interesting as you take a look at these numbers. A lot of people are saying that we need to go down to 5% of the test being positive. Overall statewide, that has not reached that yet. But when you look at a lot of the different zip codes, some of our zip codes are actually been below 5%.
Right. We have
and,
3 that are at 5 right now.
I mean, overall, I think we may be 7 or 8 when you add in Midvale and some of downtown Sandy.
Yeah,
but
there's a little bit more in Midvale. They've gone down since that July time, but
all of them are moving down.
our average is 7.9%
Mhm.
in terms of cases positive over the last week. And that was right around just under 10% during July when it had everyone's attention. So the percent of cases being positive is going down
Mhm.
for our communities overall, even though some have different rates.
I think the percentage itself, when we first started, they don't allow us, if we think we have COVID, to go, and we're having fewer people getting used to what those symptoms would be. We're having fewer people going in for testing. So the people that are going in for testing tend to be the ones that truly have it. So this number is sort of interesting as compared to maybe what it was 3 or 4 months ago, when a lot of people were going in just maybe for a cold or whatever.
Yeah, there are fewer people going in. I'll let the health department and others talk about, causes and what their speculation are. But I've read in the papers that they're assuming that people are healthier, or fewer people are showing those symptoms that they're urging people to go in and get tested for.
Yeah, and I assume people are getting more familiar with what the symptoms are. There was sort of a scare of anything going in and being tested. So, well, I appreciate that. So it looks like this extra time over this last week has actually given us what we hope to, that the numbers are still falling over the last week, and this week they're continuing to fall.
The pattern's good right now.
And we are, as we said, in most of our districts, our zip codes were 5 or really close to under 5. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Sanderson? Thank you. Thank you for tracking that,
Anytime.
keeping us up to date on that. Appreciate it.
Glad to do it.
Okay. Misty Suarez.
Hi, all. Thanks for allowing us to speak about it, special ed a little bit. I first have to say that we were really fortunate because we get to work under a really solid foundation of online learning for general education. So we work under that as all teachers and all students. So thank you for working on that diligently. Made our jobs a little bit easier. Let's see if we can get this thing to move forward. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, so based upon that, we were fortunate enough to participate in Tech Summit Day 1, learned how to deliver online instruction right alongside with Gen Ed, which was very important for our teachers. Tech Day Summit 2 was specifically designed for teachers to utilize that time for planning. And they really found creative ways to work together during that day to really plan some online lessons and some unique things for special education students. The other thing we were able to do is we were able to plan and train for the distance learning plan. And what that is, this was our biggest obstacle because students have an IEP while in person, and shifting to that online education shifted everything about their goals. So we had to develop what we call a distance learning plan to be used, which we will meet, teams will meet with every team to determine what those distance learning goals look like, given the time and the need of each individual student. That DLP, it's important to understand that it was not designed to replace the IEP, but it was to prioritize and document the priorities for each and every student. So we feel confident that that's going to provide a really specific goals for special education students online. The other thing, we talked about this a little last year actually, is providing some type of general course to general educators on what is child find and what are the accommodations and modifications. Those two terms alone are so difficult for people to not only understand but practice and then deliver that. And the third component of that was, what is an IEP meeting and what should I do when I participate in one? So that was really fun. Hopefully you got to watch that YouTube video because it was quite fun. And it also has given opportunities for Gen Ed teachers to reach out to our staff and ask more questions. So it's generated more questions, which we're always thrilled about, particularly when we go to online learning or parent home directed. We do not lose the responsibility for child find. We still continue that. So this was a good way to follow up on that. So this will catch up in a minute. I'm just going to start talking. Generally speaking, when we put the information in this slide, we had approximately 700 special education students. That's gone down a little bit as of today. So we originally needed about 15 teachers to do that. Right now we're about 14. So we included, we posted and advertised for 2 online teachers for special ed. We found it was very difficult to try and follow HR's lead in pulling teachers the way they did. So with the specialized needs in every school and then every special classroom, it was really complex to try and determine that. But I think we're on a really good course to solidify that at this point. So we're excited about continuing to create those online Canvas courses to support the online teachers. So any questions?
Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Wrigley.
So I had a lot of empathy for parents going online in the spring when they had kids that have special needs. And as a parent with a child with a 504, I'm seeing a lot for IEPs. What has been done or prepared for kids with 504s?
So 504s is actually out of responsive services department. So do you want to take that?
BJ.
Okay.
Okay, you probably have one of the most difficult times at coming up with an online course. I've had several individuals across the state that I have in case management system that have special ed, and it's been very difficult. Just wanted to point out, you may not be aware, but the state has changed the requirements allowing people in DSPD services, which actually is a provider that does most of the care for individuals in the state, to allow them, if they are doing an online course, to be able to have their staff assist them. So I participated in IEP this morning when we actually have a good blended model now where the teacher will be coming in a couple days a week via video or being stopped by, maybe they drive me dropped off, and we'll be providing the packets, and that hired staff that the parent's working with and feels comfortable with because they're ongoing staff will be providing that training. So I would encourage you as you do that to pull in the options that you have, because I know a lot of the parents get really burned out quickly, and the staff, state's already paying for them, so it'd be well to use them. So
Absolutely.
it'll be interesting to see how 700 students, that's going to be difficult for you guys to keep up with. So thank you for trying.
Absolutely. And thanks for that information. We have actually increased our partnerships, which is going to make that connection a lot easier for us.
I think it turned out to be quite a good thing as far as for the student that we had.
That's good. Glad to hear that. Questions?
Other questions or comments? I do want to say I was able to watch that YouTube video, and it was delightful. The teacher that was there, just her enthusiasm is contagious and very informative. It helped me understand a little bit more of this process that we go through. And I really feel like it's important to have a good partnership between the general ed and the special ed providers. And it's all just focusing on taking care of students and meeting their needs. And so we appreciate that.
Good.
Anything else? All right. Thank you. And please extend our appreciation to your team as well.
I absolutely will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Willer.
Thank you so much. Let's see. I think it's right. No, we'll go left. There we are. Well, that's a lot of information on one page for you. A lot of this information is the same as we presented earlier. The last 2 weeks, we've received numerous updates from the health department in rapid succession. And for the most part, the information that we had already presented was on par. The clarification regarding face coverings, we were really giving teachers preference and families preference. Like if a face shield is going to work better for you, wear that. We understand that there's a million reasons why that might be better than a face shield. And the health department gently corrected us in that we need to do everything we can to make sure that we're wearing the face shield. And so that is the requirement. And if there's a face mask, thank you, that we have some sort of documentation as to why. So if it's the face shield, is that because there's a medical reason, a mental health reason? Is it because we have a deaf student that needs to read lips or something else? And we also created an exemption form that requires a medical doctor to authorize a student to not have to wear anything. We know that we have a lot of students, especially in our medically fragile units like at Jordan Valley or maybe an extended core classroom, where students with disabilities would have a hard time wearing anything on their face. We didn't feel that an exemption outright is appropriate because we still need to continue to teach and to reinforce students to wear them as much as they can. And so those exemptions or accommodations will be addressed in the student's healthcare plan with our nurses, in their 504 plans, or through their IEP. And for staff members, we are asking them to just email Everett Perry in Human Resources if they have a reason for why they need to wear a face shield instead of a face mask. And then for teachers, including like dual language immersion, you know, if there's a time where they need to really show their, like how to say something, use their mouth, you know, to maybe use the face shield in that moment so students can see it as part of that explicit instruction. But as soon as that part is complete, put the face mask back on, or better yet, if we can get them, you know, a clear face mask, maybe that would be more appropriate. So we're looking at some of those options. But the health department has been very patient with us, and we've been very patient with them as we have worked together to navigate this. Really at the end of the day, the best thing that we can do as much as possible is to physical distance, wear face masks. And then in the event that a student or a staff member or a student tests positive for COVID-19, the health department will notify us if they're aware of it before a parent or the staff member is. So if there might be a delay. So we're asking our staff members to notify Human Resources, and for parents to notify the front office if somebody in their family tests positive. That way we can make sure we get contact tracing in place as quickly as possible. Anybody who meets that criteria of a close contact exposure, meaning 6 feet for 15 minutes or more, regardless of whether you're wearing a face covering or not, they'll be required to quarantine at home for 14 days. The outbreak criteria, so if it's one case, it's not considered an outbreak. If we have 2 cases in a classroom, at that point, we'll notify the families in the class that there were a couple of cases and we need to be extra cautious at this time. The health department told us yesterday that there will be a letter for families stating your child was not considered exposed to COVID-19, but there were a couple of cases in the classroom. And if there are students that were exposed, that they would receive a different letter that outlines the quarantine requirements. When there are 3 positive cases within the 2 weeks in a classroom, at that point, the health department is stating that the classroom will be quarantined for the 2 weeks. And then again, 15 cases for the whole school within 2 weeks would require the school to be quarantined. And then if we have multiple schools on quarantine, then the health department with the school board would make a decision as to the whole district. Right now, their hope is that with all of the safety factors that we've put into place, that we will have fewer cases. And right now, the trend has been that the cases, well, and obviously school hasn't started yet, but the positive cases are coming from family members. You know, they were at a family event or something. That's where most of the exposure has been happening in our school district. Up to through today, we so far have not had any community spread amongst our staff while at work because of the factors that we put in place. So that's promising. We are hopeful. And at the end of the day, we'll ask our staff members and students to stay home if they're not feeling well. Starting Monday, they will be required to fill out a wellness symptom checker that just says, well, it asks, have you been exposed to anybody in the last 14 days? If yes, you need to quarantine. Do you have symptoms? It just kind of walks you through that so they know what to do. So what questions do you have for me?
Great, thank you. Questions? I think Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Schill.
BJ, I'm just looking at the numbers with 15 kids in a entire school. The whole school is shut down and goes on quarantine. No,
That's-
no provision if it's a 300 student elementary or a 2,300 student high school. That doesn't make much sense, does it?
So the language is 10% or 15 students, whichever is fewer. So
Whichever is fewer.
whichever is fewer. So in all of these situations, and I'll just put this qualifier out there that this information is updated as of August 12th. And we'll continue to receive more information, but we'll be in close contact with the health department. If they change it, we'll let you know, but it is different, right? We know that in high schools, there's a lot more students than in an elementary.
Yeah, so basically, you said 10%?
Yes.
So that would be 30 students, the 15 trumps it, and that takes that. If you've got 2,300, that's 230, 15 trumps that. So
Yep, absolutely.
it's pretty much in any of our schools, 15 kids.
So more than ever, right? We're all in this together. If you have symptoms, please stay home. Even when you're not in school, if you go to a family event, please wear a face mask and physical distance. You can do it. Like, it's possible, very, very reasonable. I think a lot of individuals are a little complacent right now, and it puts everybody at risk. And so we're asking, please wear your face mask and physical distance, even when you're not in school.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to talk about is just the modified quarantine, because last time we had our meeting, that was still in place. I just want to clarify that there's no longer a modified quarantine, correct?
Correct. There's no longer the modified quarantine.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
good.
if you've been exposed, you're required to quarantine at home for the 14 days.
Okay, good. Then my second question is, we've gotten some emails just yesterday I've gotten some emails from parents saying they want to be notified if just one student gets it. So that, I'm just kind of want to clarify that. So really, the health department is saying,
And I want to be sensitive to these parents' requests and to our staff and to your requests. And really, at the end of the day, the reporting mechanisms are in place. Parents want to know it, but they don't necessarily have the right to know it. If their student has been exposed, for sure, they will be notified. But the information from the health department, as they send it out, they do it in a way that we can't narrow down and try to figure out like who tested positive. There's a lot of stigmatism right now, associated with COVID. There's a lot of people who feel shame or embarrassment. There's a lot of social or peer pressure to not report it, especially if they are engaged in other extracurricular activities that could impact their team or that group. And so we'll do everything that we can to not communicate it if it's just one individual.
okay, I just wanted you to clarify that, because I know in the manual from the health department, it says that we actually have to protect identity of
That's right.
students with FERPA.
That's right.
And there's also HIPAA too, so.
Yeah, so when we have 2 cases again in a classroom, that's when we'll notify the parents.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I felt like that was a good compromise for the health department at that point.
Mrs. Oaks?
Yeah. So yeah, just in follow up about the 504s, if you
Yeah.
could address that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So 504s, for individuals who are not familiar with 504, a student with a disability, whether it's physical or mental, have the right to have accommodations to access their curriculum similar to their non-disabled peers, right? And so in our district, we have hundreds of students who have 504s, and depending on what the family chooses, whether it's online, whether it's in person, whether it's the parent directed, is going to kind of guide what are the accommodations that they need to access that curriculum. And if it's a mental health disability and they're accessing a 504, we are asking our school staff to to reach out and continue. What does that look like in person again versus online? Our counselors in the high schools right now have had to recreate their board, which takes them usually months in the spring, and they've had to do it in a couple of weeks. And so they've been super overwhelmed and trying to get that for all students. That said, we've asked all of our school staff, administrators, counseling teams, psychologists, social workers who work with those students and families to just reach out and make that a priority, because we know there's similar with what Misty Suarez talked about with IEPs, there's a million different scenarios for our students, and we need to make sure that we're providing those accommodations. And I would just ask any parent, staff member, if they have a concern, please reach out to our department. Colleen Smith is our program administrator, and she's been meeting with families nonstop the last couple of weeks to make sure that we have the appropriate accommodations in place. I'm sure it's frustrating for a lot of people, and I would just ask them to kind of just be patient in the process, but don't stop advocating.
Mr. Wrigley.
I had the opportunity this morning to listen to a 2-hour parent meeting with Utah State for my son. And I was sort of like a deja vu as we talked about a lot of the stuff we did here. But one of the things they had, and I was wondering if we have, is for anybody getting COVID, they have sort of a team that they would go to, and that team would help coordinate with the teachers and with everything else and sort of help that person transition during that time. I'm wondering if that's set up at our high schools with our counselors or middle schools with our counselors or something, so that when we identify a student, that they would automatically help them decide, so how do they go online, or how do they deal with the teachers, or, and notify the teachers and everything else, and deal with homework. Do we have any system like that to sort of make it less traumatic for the kid that or maybe getting this?
So right now, the point of contact is our school nurse, and she'll work with the principal and the front office staff. Because the student will have to be quarantined, they won't transition to the online. They will simply continue with their regular teachers, and that's why I'm grateful for Dr. Roderick Landward's team with the with the trainings on Canvas and digital teaching and learning. So they would just transition to that for the 2 weeks and then be back in class.
So that should work is similar to that or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that, each school has a student support team, that they case students, and with the addition of the nurses this year, we'll be able to provide more supports than we have in the past. But we are super mindful that there's a lot of anxiety around it, and a lot of, transition is hard for people.
Yeah, I know that the president of the university put out a plea to everybody saying that it was a joint effort, that they were doing everything possible. They could not guarantee, because no one can guarantee, but they were doing everything possible. But the student and the families had to be responsible for doing their part. And I assume in our case, the responsibility of the parents and the students to self-screen before they come and ensure that if they are feeling sick, we would much rather have them stay at home and let us know than to come to class and take the whole class down because they did when they felt that.
Yeah, I'll take your question back to our team and see what we can't do to strengthen that process.
Yeah, okay, because I know I had an incident this week where somebody was being tested at one of our residential facilities, but they sent them to day program anyway while they were doing it, and it ended up took the whole program down.
Yeah.
So I would encourage them if
So I'll
they
just clarify, if somebody's been tested for COVID-19, they're supposed to isolate until they receive the results of their test.
They were waiting until they received it, and then when they received it, it was positive, asymptomatic. But so I guess we really need to work with the families and encourage them that if they even have a concern about that, I mean, because there'll be colds, there'll be coughs, there'll be other junk that goes along just in normal, and it's really hard to tell. So that we would prefer them to stay at home, and we'll provide the supports for their student during that time.
Yeah, this is backwards from what we're used to, right? We're used to coming to work sick, coming to school sick, just pushing through it, sacrificing. And now we don't want that. We need you to stay home if you're not feeling well.
Yeah, I think somehow we need to get that with the parents. That's the biggest issue we have right now is the parents to understand that to make this work and have their kids sick, they're the primary ones who are going to be helping us. Right. We're just educating when they get here, but they need to make sure they don't send them when they're sick. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold.
I'm sorry, I was laughing because that's right. They used to have rewards for you coming to work no matter what. And I think my father-in-law put 42 years in, and he took one sick day in those 42 years
Wow.
because you just didn't. You just went and you did what you needed to do because those kids needed you and you weren't supposed to take any days off. It was interesting how things can change in 1 year. So as I was looking at this document and thinking through this today and thinking about what we knew in March when we shut down, right? We didn't know a lot, so we shut all schools down, not knowing, and went to the online learning. And now that we know more and that we have more science-based information behind what we're doing, I understand pretty well why they're wanting the cases to be where the cases were. I would have preferred to have 10%. But if you look at this, like if there's one student in that classroom and in 14 days, it might be another student, a different student. But I was trying to figure out why we would ever shut down the whole district, because all the communities are so different. Even when you look at the diagram of our communities, there's some communities that are clear down, like you said, and 4%, and there's other communities up into the 10%. And I would hope that we as a board could really look at that and say, this community doesn't have, the demographics of others, and we shouldn't shut down every school across the whole Canyon School District because we have 3 schools on one side of town versus, that have cases versus maybe one school on the other side of town. So I just wanted to say that I hope we really look at that carefully before we go trying to shut down a whole district. When in 14 days you could just be up and running again, as long as we're doing the distancing, the time.
Yeah. We have guidelines now that we didn't have then to help us make those decisions. And y'all are great. We'll make the right decisions for our district.
But yeah, thank you.
Right.
Mrs. Oaks?
So, and this is less for BJ and more for parents who might be listening. I sat down with my kids this week with all of our nefarious masks and water bottles, and we had a conversation about how things are going to go in school. And even though I've been swimming in what it looks like in the schools and all of the preparations they're going through, it was a huge surprise to my kids when I talked to them about how they're going to have assigned seats in cafeterias and how some of these different logistics are going to go. And they kind of freaked out at the beginning. And I just said, do you want to go to school? Do you not want to go to school? We just had that conversation straight up. And so I would highly encourage parents. That's in my household where these issues are in the forefront of my mind all the time. Please, please go through and read your kids' school's plans and sit down and talk to your children about what that's going to look and feel like on a day-to-day basis. And please talk to them about being kind and patient to their teachers, their principals, and the custodians, and talk to them about how we're all in this together. I was a little embarrassed that I hadn't talked to them as explicitly, and I showed them pictures of some of what's happening in the schools, and they've already started to adapt to that in their minds. And so I would highly encourage every parent out there, particularly for the high schoolers. The high schoolers had a harder time with it than my elementary kids, because they almost feel insulted that any adult is ever telling them to do anything, seems like. But I think it's going to be critically important for the students to have an expectation. I know the parents have been trying to wrap their heads around it, but we can do a lot to preemptively communicate. So
I had a teacher this week say to me that she was really nervous about coming back. She's like extremely nervous. And she said, honestly, I've done 2 things and it's changed everything. She's like, I've tried to smile more, and I've just taken a few minutes each day to take some deep breaths and just try to get back to the moment. She said, because my fear is getting me out of control sometimes. She's like, honestly, 2 things. She's like, smiling more and breathing more. She's like, has made the difference for me. So I thought that was good feedback from this teacher. Good reminder for me.
good reminder for all of us. Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
And BJ, this question is not necessarily directed at you. Maybe, Rick will come to your rescue and help answer it. But, Amanda, I listened to you talk about explaining to your kids what's going to happen next week, and it kind of freaked them out when they stop and think about it. Have we discussed, or would there be wisdom in discussing the possibility of short days for the first week? While these kids that haven't worn a mask pretty much all summer come back to school and they sit in a classroom and they're fidgety and they're messing with their mask. They sit in a place, it's pretty regimented where they can walk and what direction they can walk and who they can talk to and how close they can be to each other to talk. I'm just afraid of this regiment of COVID hitting these kids, especially the elementary age, is going to be such a distraction from learning until they learn the drill, until they get used to it. Would there be any wisdom in just a soft opening for a week to let them get used to it?
And I'll defer to Dr. Robbins if he wants on this question after I just give two pieces of advice. And what we've learned from other districts in our state and across the country is in not every state, mind you, but getting the kids back and getting them back into the routines is really important. And for our teachers to understand that the first couple of weeks of school, there is a lot of flexibility in needing to teach routines and procedures and what those expectations are. And that when we work through that the academics will come. But again, knowing that we have a lot of students who are coming back and even our staff members from lots of different environments and their mental state of mind, having them come back and get into routine as quickly as possible will be the best thing for their mental health.
And I'm okay with that routine taking a half a day for the first week, just to slide into it, because I honestly believe that by the time the kids come back from lunch, the likelihood of the teacher teaching them anything when they're constantly pulling the mask on and off and the teacher's correcting and saying, you need to keep your mask on, Johnny. And I've got to believe education deteriorates very, very quickly as the day gets long.
Yeah. If we were only isolated to education and didn't impact the families and our staff with their children, that might be more to consider.
And I'm supportive of the 5-day week. It's the old garlic bread analogy that you take one bite, you've got bad breath, so eat the whole loaf. And so, let's just hang in there with a 5-day week, I guess. If you're going to get exposed, you're going to get exposed on Monday and Friday. By the time you get to Friday, it probably doesn't much matter. But I just really think that, especially with the younger kids, you're going to have a real fight just getting them used to the new protocols and actual education in the afternoons on that first week. Ramp up slowly. That's what I'd like to do. But
in Chinese, we say man man lai, slow come, meaning like one step at a time. And that's what we're asking our staff, our students, our families to do. Man man lai. Yeah.
BJ, just on a personal note, so I also have 22 grandkids who are all attending school except one who's not in the school system in college. But they're all excited. I mean, like, they're really excited. And the kids who've come to the school this week that I'm at, they're excited. They have been home and they are so tired of being home and not seeing their friends. And they say, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. You just tell me what I have to do and I'll do anything, And my grandkids have like 2 masks, one for in the morning and then one for in the afternoon, because that's what their mom told them is the most important thing to do. And they're going to change them. And my one grandson's going to middle school and he says, I get to actually make friends this year because he goes, social. he goes, because I never really could make friends in the elementary. And he goes, do you know, Mom, Grandma, there's all these schools coming together. And he goes, I'm going to have lots of people now in lots of classes that I can try to find someone like me who does all these different things that I do. And he is beyond excited to go into 7th grade. I think sometimes it's like learning a language. Younger kids learn it a lot faster than adults. And I think sometimes adults have greater, I don't know what the word would be, but we kind of put this damper on things. And even children's learning, they would dance all night long if they were given an opportunity. But we think, oh, you know, probably 2 hours is good enough. Sometimes, I'm not saying all adults, just some adults. And so I think as I look in the grocery stores, all these little kids are wearing their masks. I go to restaurants, they're wearing their masks. Yes, out in the ball fields, soccer fields, look all over, they're not wearing the masks. But I think they've kind of got it figured out. This is a mask place and this is not a mask place, you know. And my little ones talk about germs and, you know, like if we both wear a mask, we're in a good shape, you know. And matter of fact, their grandpa wasn't wearing a mask the other day, and one of the grandkids pulled up his mask and he said, Grandpa, we're protected now. I'm protecting you. And so I really think that we'll be great. I think the teachers will put smiles on their faces. They know what they need to do. They will play games a little different than before, you know, and I think that we'll be fine. It's going to be tough. The first day is tough anyway. The kindergartners don't want to be there. They're clinching on to the parents, you know, and we have to figure out how to get them unclinched with masks. I mean, it's just a little different. So I'm excited to get started Monday, and
I'm excited. It's not all rainbows and butterflies.
it's not. It's
But,
going to be difficult, and there's going to
students
be
and staff,
challenges.
I think the hardest thing will be the quarantine. When you live with somebody who tests positive, everybody in your household has to quarantine for 14 days. And so again, I just, as much as possible, please wear your masks, physical distance. Don't put yourself in a situation if you don't have to, where you would be considered exposed. So.
Okay, Mr. Iverson has a question.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. This is more a general question that I don't think was overtly touched on in the slides. Can someone talk to us about devices? And I know we're trying to give everybody a device. I got a note as a parent. I've gotten a few notes. I think one was make sure your kids are bringing devices to each class period. But then I got a separate note that said, if we don't have enough Chromebooks, if you want to, please, if you have a device at home, please bring it. And I just want to talk through that because candidly, I'm uncomfortable with having some families bring their own device and some families not bring their own device. I think there's some challenges with that. If we're going to give devices to kids, I think we need to give devices to every kid.
Yeah, we'll invite Leon Wilcox, the #1 Broncos fan, to come on up and address this.
Good question, Chad. Let me just tell you where we're at. What was it, a month ago? We ordered some 2,200 Chromebooks because our initiative is to give a Chromebook or a device, which is the Chromebook, to every single one of our secondary students. We do not have enough to do that right now. That's why we had, we're roughly the 2,200 short. And they will not be in here till about end of October, early November is still when we're expecting those due to the high demand out there nationwide on getting those. We do have enough Chromebooks to check out one to every online / parent-led student who needs one. Okay. So we will do that through our Destiny checkout system, which is our library checkout. Okay. So that is available. We do have enough for every one of those. And we still have enough in the buildings to, do the carts and the labs and whatnot that way. We just do not, they'll just somewhat have to share them, if you will, in the classrooms. So we're covered that way. If you want to bring your own device, obviously that's optional. Some families may want to do that just in case we do go into a quarantine and the class or the school is shut down and you're used to working on your own device. We're not going to say no, but as far as I know, we have not required that at all. I'm going to look and make sure that others, but
So I'm looking at the weekly newsletter from Alta that came into my inbox yesterday. Chromebook distribution. Alta is implementing a one-to-one technology plan. Many of you indicated you need to check out a Chromebook from us instead of bringing your own device to school each day. We'd like to ensure that you have what you need to be successful. If you need to check out a device, here's the times. They're essentially asking them to bring their devices to each class, is the way I'm taking it. So we've got devices at our house, but candidly, I don't want our kids to take those devices to school. If they need devices at school, I think the school needs to provide them for everyone.
it's my understanding, Chad, and each school may be a little bit different on their one-to-one plans. We didn't order the same amount of books for each school because some had quite a few to begin with. I think Alta was a little short, if I remember right. I don't have all the numbers there. That being said, I think we're interpreting that to bring that Chromebook once you get it and once we go to one-to-one to each one of your classes is the way I'm interpreting that. But I have not seen each school's implementing their own plan. I have not seen that email from that went out to the Alta community though. So
yeah, it says back to school checklist, bring a fully charged device to utilize in classes.
So
again, as a parent,
yeah.
I guess we need to go to get these devices checked out Thursday and Friday and just get there early enough and stand in line and pray that there's enough. If there's not enough, then we got to do something different because we're big on equity. And if we've got some people in the classroom with a device and some not, that's not equitable.
Yeah, that's true. I'll have to say, I don't know the situation of the number of devices available at Alta. So I apologize for that. I don't know if anybody else.
But I think the question is do we really want anybody to bring in those devices from home? And my vote would be no, we don't want them to bring in their devices from home. They won't have the security that we have at the school.
I agree. There's lots of, are they bringing a device that's got something on it that shouldn't? There's liability there. I don't know why we're asking in the first place for them to bring your own device.
Okay. I think Mrs. Schill has a comment on this
well,
topic
well,
and then.
Yeah,
and
I
then
just
we'll see
wanted
if
to
there's any
report,
other
like
answers.
at Brighton, I mean, they just said if you need a device, come tomorrow and the next day at certain times and certain age. So I know, so I'm just saying, I'm just reinforcing what Leon said. I mean, different schools may have different availability.
But Alta's been asking us, if you have your own device, please bring that to school. And to Clarine's point, I don't think that's good policy for various reasons.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a way we could find out
Yeah, we can.
more
follow up on
information?
that, yeah.
Superintendent will follow up on that. Oh, all right. Yeah, from the IT department, Julie, do you want to come up?
Oh, say it to me and I'll replay it back in the mic.
Yeah.
Julie's here every time, and it's finally time she gets some mic time. So I think we all agree. She has. Go ahead, please.
So I know that Alta ordered 1,800 Chromebooks. they've received 700 of that 18, and those are part of what the school already has. Those have been set up, ready to distribute to students as they have a need. I don't know how they're going to distribute them. I don't know what the schedule is or any of that, but I do know that they have 1,800. I know that Brighton ordered 1,200, and they have received a partial order of that also. So those devices are ready for distribution whenever their schedule to pick up is set up at the school. So that's all I know.
Great. Thank you, Julie. That
about-
helps.
oh.
And it sounds like this would be a temporary situation as far as until those orders come through.
And
All
I
right,
believe-
Dr. Roderick Landwood.
Sorry, just to add to the conversation, I believe Scott McCombs actually is recommending that students not bring in their own device because we don't have the tech support for devices that aren't ours. Additionally, the guest network that students would have access to for wireless would not even allow them to access Canvas. And so they'd have to have a password for our password protected websites to even access our programs that we use in the school. So I hope that helps.
That's very helpful, Amber, and that's what I would hope our IT person would say. I don't think that's gotten to the end of the road because again, Alta for weeks has been advocating for if you've got a device, please raise your hand and bring it on the first day. So can we make sure that that gets to the end of the road, that we're not accepting bring your own device? That's not a valid option.
Yeah, we'll check that out. I do apologize for that about bringing your own. So we'll make sure that's communicated. We'll try to follow up with Alta and maybe get a revised message out if there's some confusion there. So that's a good point, Chad.
Thank you.
So Chad, on that thought though, I remember people talking about teachers using students' cell phones as their device to get information too. And of which, then they can use for whatever they want to use too. So I'm just, I guess, bringing that up because even if they say bring your device, they might even bring their cell phone because I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, you can get Canvas on your cell phone because I know kids that were in elementary that could only do their Canvas lessons on their mom's or dad's cell phone when they got home from work. And I had, how do I say that? There were a few people who would call me at 11 o'clock at night because that's the only time their mom and dad was home, so they could use their cell phone so they could do their work. So I don't know when you're talking about devices, if they're talking also about bringing your cell phones to work too. I don't know the intent or content of that letter. So I guess once again, we need to look at that and see what that looks like too.
Okay, thank you. So I think on that topic, we probably ought to get a little more clarification and communication out to parents about what the expectations are.
We're texting Scott right now, but right now it is, we're asking parents not to bring, or students to bring their own device from home. That again, that's my fault. Speaking before I checked with Scott on that. So.
Well, thank you. And I feel like, if those orders are coming in, then maybe they just, classrooms will have to adjust what they expect of students in using the devices until the school can provide.
Yeah, obviously
the
we
device.
can't. If we don't have the materials or the equipment, we can't demand that. So yeah, we'll make sure that's communicated. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Schill?
So I will say there was an email from Brighton saying, if you have a device, bring it. But then also there was an email saying, if you need one, come get it. So it may need to be communicated to all high schools. I'm just saying, yeah.
Check that out.
All right, Mr. Wrigley?
I never thought when I got on the school board, I'd have to become a COVID expert or whatever. It's been interesting over the last several months, getting a lot of information, having to study on a lot of different models. In regards to Mott's concern, there was an article that did come out a couple of weeks ago from a non-biased source, I guess, talked about the advantages and disadvantages of A/B schedules. And one of the things that they were talking about, which sort of correlates with what we talked about, a half day or whatever, short day, is that they felt that there was actually more control in a full day program as far as keeping kids away and keeping kids in mask on than there would be on an A/B or afterward. Because once the kid goes home, they're going to have to go to a day club program, or they're going to have to go someplace, or going to go play with their friends, or they're going to do whatever. So I don't know. It was interesting. The article pointed out it might be actually safer in a school where you actually have a whole day that with the same cohort group, you're in mask, you're 6 feet or 3 feet or whatever we can do apart, than it might be if we let kids go out and mingle with other people who may bring stuff back to the schools and may be more dangerous to us. So it was an interesting perspective. I've heard both sides, but just thought I'd bring that up.
Just to comment on it, it's a little unfair because BJ gave me the mic and walked back. So if you've been to any of our skate parks around, yeah, it's probably safer to be in school to see that. Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda is a proposal to align parent-teacher communication platform and translation services. And we will ask Karen Sterling to present this information.
Good evening, board. It's nice to see you all. And I appreciate this opportunity to talk about this important tool. We have in our district worked for quite some number of years to be able to translate and provide information to parents and to students in a language that they can understand. You can, oh, I have the control. Okay, I can do that. And as we have been working on that for a number of years, we have developed our own cadre of translators, employees who do double duty. We've also hired people for some of the exotic languages like Swahili and Kinyarwanda. And we've also had to do RFPs for companies who can do written translation of important board documents, board policies, and so on. But what hasn't happened is the ability for teachers to really have a way to communicate with parents, and that it's two-way. And we all know that best communication is when I speak and then check for understanding to make sure you understood and if you have questions. And a lot of times we've expected teachers to do that without giving them the actual tools. So not wanting to let this perfectly good pandemic go to waste, we wanted to jump on this opportunity because we found last spring, and you'll remember from many of the comments that came in from parents on parent survey and from teachers, that there were so many different portals parents had to go into and log into to get to the right tools to use for their meetings or their assignments or their different online programming. And so as we looked at that and we started to think about what the board was really wanting us to be able to consolidate and to put things together in a user-friendly way for our families, we really came up with these 4 needs. And the first would be to provide a single portal for parent communication that links to multiple instructional programs to make it easier for teachers and certainly make it easier for parents. And then we wanted to provide a tool that was easy for communication between teachers and parents in a language they can understand. And that means that back and forth, instant translation. Then one of the things that came out of our learning together during this last crisis teaching was that every teacher really needed to have a Canvas class page. They all needed to know what those instructional tools were and how to make that be a successful option for them. And hence we've had 2 days for every teacher this summer really working on how to align those tools. And so what we wanted to do was try and get a communication tool that would also work with that Canvas page so that it provides seamless interaction and it would be easy for IT support. And last of all would be to provide a tool that could address parent preference. Many people may not have a computer. We know that to be the case as we've worked with families during the last couple of months. They would prefer to get a text because most people do have a cell phone. And so if they could choose to get all their communications on a text, if they wanted it email, messaging back and forth, whatever, but that parent would have control of that information coming to them and time and place and how they wanted it. And so you can see on the left side some of the considerations that we have been thinking about. First of all, is that we have 2,700 some odd English learners with 64 languages, which makes it almost impossible to have communication translation for every teacher every day for every parent. But our teachers are nothing if not innovative, and they have on their own taken the initiative to look for a variety of different programs so that they could reach out. And we have had a number of programs in our district that teachers have looked at, and some schools have implemented school-wide, such as Remind, Class Tag, Class Dojo, a number of other things. But that made it very difficult because that created multiple steps for IT, and there wasn't a consistent way to train on it. The other thing that's a big concern is that we know that from one of our vendors, they gave us the number of texts our district sent, and just in this period of this last year, there were over 12 million texts sent that there's been no district oversight on to know what it was, who got it, and whatever. And with that, also very inconsistent translation. So as we considered those needs and these 4 primary goals, we looked at a number of options that are out there. And we really wanted to start with those that had state contract approval. And the reason for that is not only for the price, but also because they go through a very rigorous system of looking at the data sharing, the privacy, and the storage. And that's at a much higher standard. In fact, one vendor said, Utah is the very hardest state to get approval on to have school communication. So that was one of the reasons we wanted to start there. But we did start with Skyward, thinking we already have that in place. Would it be possible to expand its usages? And because it is really a student information system, and it also runs financial and HR, it's a behemoth of a system, but its purpose is not really designed for translation and communication, although it does have some minimal capacities for that. As you look down the side, you can see at the top it says District Departments Reviewed. We had this be a very collaborative cross-department view. We started with IT. We had both Scott McCombs as well as Jeff and Eric, who are the gurus of programming, and they can make sweet music out of Skyward, that's for sure. And then we had folks from ISD. We had people from my department, from school performance. Leon came to one of the meetings with us just to get a feel for what all of this was about and how we could work together to solve this problem. So as we also had communications there, which is actually their role, and they were incredibly helpful in looking at what the criteria should be and what we're ready to take on. So as we talked internally, we wanted to look at what are those criteria that are most important for us this first year. And most of all, it is as an instructional tool to support our teachers as they communicate with parents to increase engagement and help their students achieve more. And we wanted it to have a mobile app and a web portal. All of them do. And I'll go through some of these others, but you can see the criteria. So we started with Skyward. We looked at Remind because that is a tool that many folks have. And as Susan Edwards had shared with us, a lot of coaches use that just as we have team practice tonight or whatever. So it's kind of known, but it's all done on an individual basis. It is not a district contract. We looked then at Parent Square, which Kirsten found for us as she was doing some investigation. And then we looked at Blooms, which is another one that has state contract price. So as we look across the criteria, you can see where things kind of fell out. On the second one, shareable instructional support, Parent Square is the only one that has a resource hub that teachers can collaborate on and send home, link it to through Canvas. It links directly and they can attach assignments, they can attach videos, but they can also share with each other what's going on so that it's taking advantage of our PLCs. Canvas capability was one of our main desires because that was the instructional platform we had decided in the last couple of years to be using. Two-way communication, again, goes back to it's really not effective if you don't know that you've been heard and understood by either party. And so we wanted to have that and have it be quick and have it in real time. The next criteria is what really appealed to me is that not only did we want real time effective translation, but it had to be of a quality that we would feel proud of as a district putting out for parents to consume. The neural translation is the latest research that's been done by a lot of neuroscientists, by linguists, and it's different than regular Google Translate, which tends to translate word by word by word. So the resulting translation is awkward to read and sometimes doesn't have the syntax and grammar that we would read. And you can, sometimes if you ever shop on Amazon and you look at some of the descriptions, you can see that it's been translated from Chinese because it doesn't quite flow in English. Not that that's bad, but as a school district, instructing and helping our parents, we want to have good grammar. So neural translation really looks at the context of all the work that is to be done, and it looks at using the words in the proper context. So if you're talking about math and you're talking about a power in math, that's different than a power company or a power in science or a government power. And so it can read the words to get exactly the right word so that it's more helpful. And only 2 of them had that latest version of translation services. Having district oversight is important. If we got a grammar request for what has gone out to parents and students, we would need to be able to provide that. And currently, where people are using all their own, we cannot do that. We needed especially, this was important for Scott, to have a direct connection via API to the Skyward system. And so what that allows is an automatic upload. It syncs every night and so that it stays up to par. On some of them, if they don't have that, or when teachers use their own, they have to put in their own roster. They have to select the language of choice and do that every time. So it's really not efficient for them. The Parent Digest feature, I think, is one that is unique, again, to Parent Square, but it's something that I think we've heard many times is that communication is so critical, but we have to be able to control it and narrow it down. And what Parent Square has is a way that they can set up their own account. So if I have a student at 2 different schools or 3 different schools, I choose that school. It comes into my account, and then I can set a control that says, I only want to get text messages or I want to get text messages for anything important, or I want to get text messages and emails, but I only want to get my emails at 5 o'clock at night. So you're not bombarded with them all day long. You can set a time that you want to sit down and read your emails related to school. So again, that's very parent friendly, we think, to allow them to control that. And still knowing that if we had a serious emergency, this does not replace Skyward, Skylert that comes out from Jeff and Kirsten in communications. This would be more at a teacher level. Ultimately, it could move farther, but for this year, we're just talking about in the classroom. Another great feature is looking at what the tool has to expand it. Some of the companies, we're getting there, we're developing that, and others already have them in the queue. For most of the things, Skyward could do some of it, but it is not already developed, and it would require Jeff to do all of the programming on top of everything else he does. And that just did not seem like a good use of his time or taking him away from other issues. allowing Canyon's branding is unique to Parent Square, which makes that very attractive. The others, you have to go to their homepage and then find your state and find your school. This way, it's part of Canyon's. It's right on our page, and you click and it's right in, and everything is branded by school and by Canyon's. We've talked about the state contract price, and then the last page right here, last criteria, is talking about what the proposals are for these top 3 that we really looked at. And so you can see the price per student and then the cost for an estimated cost for 34,000 students, trying to compare comparable features. Each program has unique things that go into their own basic program. So this is looking at what would be pretty much comparable. So with that in mind, Parent Square has the one that really met all of the criteria. And you can see on the left that it has all the features that we really were looking at. Plus, not only does it have the SIS integration, but it also works directly with Peach Jar, so we wouldn't have to change that. It works with Clever, which is another system that can be right through this link into Canvas. So teachers and parents can just go one place and it's all there for them. So our proposal is really recommending Parent Square looking at what we could do in the classroom this year with possible future possibilities at some point in the future. But we feel really strongly that it's so important that we work on building a class community, even with our online students and for our students who are working on personalized learning through CVHS, and for all those families who really, really want to help their children. They just need to have information that they can understand so they know how to do it. So this is just a sample, just so you could see it. This is Parents have already decided when they register, they always say, this is the home language we want, and they put it in. That's already in Skyward. So when a teacher gets their roster, they can just send out a text, but they can type it on their computer like you do on a Mac, but it'll show up on a text to parents or on their phone, whatever. So they send it in English, it comes in Spanish, the parent can type in Spanish back, and it goes right back to the teacher in English. So that's a way, again, with over 100 language using this new technology that really allows for great instant communication. This is an example on the left of how it works with the Canvas in sharing research material and keeping a roster of your kids and what you've sent to everything. I think one of the biggest questions that we've had from a lot of teachers this last spring, but again, as we've looked at online teaching, is how do I keep this all straight? How do I know what I've sent to which parents and keep all the emails together and so on? And so this tool, working with Canvas, is a way that we can do that. So the recommendation that the administrative team would give to the board is that we look at Parent Square for this possible implementation this year. A number of ways to do it would be for the highly impacted schools with large number of EL students, and also large number of parents who don't have computers to get email. They may have cell phones, and currently we have 25% of our low-income families are choosing to do online. So they may also want to be able to just get the information on their phone that then they can help their children with. It could also be done by school choice. We know we have a number of schools, including Corner Canyon, who would really like to be able to use this in some fashion to be able to reach their students and families more effectively. I thought these statistics were interesting. This could be another option of just providing this support for our online teachers. 21.6% of all students are going online. And again, this data was taken last Thursday or Friday when I put this together. 28.6 of our ELs, which is 2,780 kids, are going online. And then 25% of low income. So all of those teachers All of those families need a way to stay connected to their homeschool. That's one of our big goals this year with COVID, is to keep those kids connected back into their homeschool for all those services like mental health services, counseling, specialized classes they may want. And this is another way that we could reach them effectively. And then, of course, last would be if it could go to all schools. We may be a little late in the game at this point because a lot of teachers are already preparing their class disclosures, which they have to put out, as you know, about their expectations, their grading system, their behavior management, and so on. And we are translating some of those the old-fashioned way, but we know that there are many who haven't started that yet. So those are some options that we would recommend. And what questions might you have for me?
Board questions, Mr. Wrigley? And then Mrs. Oakes.
You almost want to ask a question just to get your mask off.
Aha, there's
Thank you.
method in your madness.
Question. So it's $350 or whatever it is per student.
Mhm.
Is that per family or actually student?
It's per student.
So
Yeah,
my
per
question is this: we have a lot of teachers that have children or students in their classroom that may not speak English and they don't speak the 110 languages.
Mhm.
Would I, as a student, be able to speak to this I, as a teacher, be able to speak to my student to give them instructions? So, for example, in the classroom, if I've got an assignment and they're not getting it and I'm not coordinating that with them, would it be possible that I could use this tool
Mhm.
to then send that information or send a text to the kid that they could read in their language to
Mhm.
see what I was
Mhm.
talking about?
In some respects, yes, but let me maybe frame that just a little bit differently. Instructionally, we have a system called SIOP, which is a way that teachers can best teach and support students who are learning English. So it depends on teaching in the same high standards, but they use a lot of visuals, they use pictures, they use total physical response, they use a lot of repetition, they use peer language buddies. They use a lot of repetition. I said that one. And so in class, it's a little bit easier to do that. However, in high school and even in middle school, we do have iPad with who can take pictures and it would translate immediately. We also, last year, I gave a lot of principals an individual machine that they can use on their phone where they can speak into it, choose any of almost 200 languages, and it will come back out to the parents. So if they had an emergency with the parent, they didn't want to, couldn't wait for a translator, they could be able to do that. So there are little tools like that that can be used, and they could use this, but that would be assuming also that the students have legibility in their native home language. And sometimes that's very true, especially for a lot of our refugees. Sometimes it's true for our immigrants, but many times if they're not proficient in English, and at the younger grades, they're also not proficient in their home language to read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there would be another tool. I mean, if we're to put this money into it, we'd
Mhm.
also use it for that
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's hard to communicate in a classroom.
Absolutely.
Students want to learn English, but
It is.
demanding that they do it at that particular, especially when they're first in the class.
Right.
Be
And that's
interesting to gradually move them out of it.
right. We do have ALS assistants, alternative language supports, who do a lot of coaching and work with students and translate on the side. It's never as effective as you always would hope it would be, but we're getting better with that. But we also want them to learn English. So we don't want to do it all for them, if you understand what I mean. I think the point that we also want to make about this, though, is this is really not just for students' instruction. This is to engage the parents, to make sure they know what students are expected to do, to make sure they know of, maybe they need some support to keep wearing their masks. Maybe they need some support, bringing lunch or bringing appropriate, whatever it might be. So it really is a tool more for parents, but it can be used by the same token when kids are not in class all day and they don't have that immediate response or demonstration that a teacher can do right there. then online students could certainly use it too.
So would it be possible if we were to approve this, to do this as a pilot program with some kind of a survey, parent survey or whatever, coming back in a year to give us an
Absolutely.
idea as to what the parents feel if it's appropriate or not?
Yeah, absolutely. We can do whatever you direct us to do. I would just share with you maybe one other fact, and that is that last year we spent $105,205 on translation services. And that won't all go away with this, but it would have a good impact on it. And just for the 3 months, 2.5 months we were out of school, we spent $28,850 for those several weeks, just in trying to make sure that parents knew what was going on, and so on.
Okay, Mrs. Oakes and then Mr. Millerberg.
So thank you for your presentation, Karen. I am one of the parents that would say, oh my goodness, too many forums, too many places to look, so much to keep track of, especially with multiple kids. I do have a concern though, and especially in light of how many messages are already being sent with texts or with Remind. I know my high schoolers live and die by the Remind app. That's already where a lot of parents and teachers are acclimated. And I'm getting so many emails from teachers and from parents both but particularly from the teachers and also administrators talking about how overwhelmed they are. My concern is that the timing on this is not great. I feel like we're doing this in the 11th hour and we're adding more to the teachers' plates on a year where they already have so much that they're adapting to. And so I'm not opposed to the idea of looking at this. It's very compelling, but I feel like it needs to be rolled out properly rather than in the middle of a crisis. I'm also curious about, I think it's awesome that it allows for Canyons branding, but my question is whether or not when the teachers are communicating, if it's coming through with our brand, if that ever appears as though it's an official district communication, and how we balance that. And part of where this concern comes a little bit is that I've noticed in the last few months that different departments within the district have kind of created their own social media pages. And between that and what we have on official communications coming from the district, it seems confusing for parents to know what they should be following, where they keep track of new information, whatnot. And so particularly during the time of a pandemic, I feel like some of those questions about how we streamline communications for the public is really important to consider. And I just wonder how this would play out. I'm curious about what the expanded features are on this. And I just am interested in understanding a little bit more about the ripple effect, that if we really do need something to replace Skyward or Remind, maybe we need a little bit more of a broad view or picture. I'm with Steve, like if we are going to do this, I feel like we do it in kind of a smaller microcosm to see whether or not it functions well. And anyway, those are some of my most major concerns.
So you asked several questions there. No, that's good. I appreciate that. I would agree with you, and I would just say that we started work on translation options for the last 2 years, but it's been really since feedback came in this spring and summer. We started in May, and we held our first meetings in June. It's just getting all the people together and all the players. And so, as I stated, we are late in the game, and I acknowledge that. And I think that that is one reason to, really strongly consider what Steve is saying. I know there are schools who are seeking it, and if they want to do it, I think that's a different question. I think the biggest thing is that all teachers are already doing Canvas. And so this is a way that they don't have to go out of Canvas into another program to send something else. And it would replace it, not be an addition to, if that makes sense. But I think your questions about so many communications coming in, I think that is the point of having a comprehensive system. And that is not what we're looking at right now. But down the line, what it can do then is put all of the Skylert messages so that they are also translated into the languages that all children need. So they get a fair chance to know, for example, if there's a gas leak at their school or a school's canceled for a snow day. Right now, they don't know that. I think another issue would be that it would allow, there are features here that would allow parents to schedule parent-teacher conferences. Volunteers could be scheduled on it. Then it has templates for newsletters, so principals don't have to create their own. They put their information on. It can go, then those pieces can go right to a school's Facebook page or whatever. So I agree, there are many, many ways, and I think it would take a lot longer to figure out the rest of those, and it would take us, I think, much more time to look at the additional features and see if that's what we want. We already have some things that work well, and we don't want to fix something that isn't broken. What we're trying to do is say there's a need that needs to be filled so that all children and all parents have the opportunity to get the information that English-speaking parents have.
Yeah, Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Shield.
Karen, to me, the big question is productivity. I looked at, and after you add your $1,500 setup fee, that works out to be $3.54 per student. And so to me, the question is, are we $3.50 more productive if you do this than if we don't?
Well, I guess it comes back to how we define the need. And I'm wondering if I could ask Justin, are you still here? Justin Anderson, I think you may know him. He is our wonderful teacher specialist over all of our ed techs. He had the opportunity to work as the school director over Remind, and he could address that productivity more from an actual experience, not from just a surveying. So
What I'm looking for is if we are making the teachers more productive, a better use of their time to where it saves them time and enables us more to deliver a world-class education to our students.
Okay, Justin can speak to that.
One thing I think that, so we just finished with Tech Summit with all of our teachers where we were able to train them. And the number one question we got is, how am I going to communicate with parents? It was one of the biggest questions we got on the back channel, back to us as presenters, is how do I communicate with parents? Teachers don't have a tried and true method that they're communicating with parents across the board. There's a lot of these pockets of Remind and all these other pieces, but we don't have a good way for them to communicate with all parents in a quick way for them. And so that was something that we got feedback, and we were like, well, we'll get back to you. We're not sure yet, because we were working on a lot of these, how do we connect all of these dots, and where we're pushing them on Canvas and they're excited and they're learning, being able to implement something like this inside that makes it even more productive moment, because then they're able to communicate with parents about what's going on in Canvas while they're in Canvas, really bringing themselves together. Because right now, even the process of sending an email to your class in Skyward, it's a big process. It takes a lot of clicks and a lot of knowledge to go through and get there. This would make a lot of those processes easier for me as a teacher, and then also for our parents as well. So there is some productivity benefits on that side, just bringing systems together and really answering the call to some of our teachers' concerns.
Yeah, because $3.50 does not seem like if there's a productivity increase that it would take 10 minutes of a teacher's time to pay for that,
Yeah.
And so to me, that makes sense if you can tell me it's going to be used for more than a translation program.
Oh, absolutely. And
Because, I
yeah.
think the translation is really strong, and we do have a lot of kids that are English learners, and we have a lot of parents that are non-English speakers, but that is still a minority percent of our students.
And Mont, I really appreciate that, pointing that out, because it's not just those students that are online, it's all teachers all the time. When they have to leave their instructional platforms to go to email. It's a separate activity. That by the same token, many of them use their personal phone number to send remind calls out, and a lot of them don't want to have to do that. They don't want to give out their private phone number, and I'm not sure as a district we should be expecting them to. So I think it would impact our teachers. I know that there's a great request for it, but it certainly could be a great pilot, and we could judge that better.
You know, I think we have to embrace technology. If not, we get left behind. But I think the most important part is that we embrace the correct technology. And that's why I think that a pilot would make so much sense. The other question I have is this $119,000 figure sounds like a lot till you break it down to the $350 a kid. But is that an annual license, or is that a buy it once and you're done for 12 years?
No, that would be an annual subscription price. And the setup is only once. And the setup takes a little bit of work from IT. But again, we've heard from Eric that it is much easier to do it once for the district than to do individual schools by setting up individual systems for other kinds of programs. So it is a one-time fee, then it would be recurring, and the prices may go up. These, you should know also that the prices quoted here are for a district adoption. The prices might be different if we were to do only a pilot. And so we could certainly research that out and decide who, if any, at this point might be interested.
And they might give it to you for a really, really good deal for a pilot just to get in.
Yeah.
You know, and always ask. But you know, the other thing is like I said, $350 a kid doesn't sound like that much until you start thinking you could bleed to death from 10,000 paper cuts. And so we just need to make sure that it's not,
great,
you know, 120,000 spread over a district with that many students is not that big of an expenditure, but those little paper cuts add up before long.
Sure.
So we just need to make sure it is the right technology,
Well,
and that by spending it, we are more productive, well in excess of what it costs.
Sure. And I think going back to Amanda's point about you've got emails and texts coming from all over, I think having for the parents' productivity, have one control center where they all come there would also be highly productive. So.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill and then Mr. Iverson. And then Mrs. Arnold.
Okay, so I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, the translation feature seems really good. I do think it's just too late when school starts next week to really implement it this year. I mean, I'm fine if there's a pilot, if there's teachers who want to do it, I think that's great. I just don't want to force anyone to do it because there's already just so much for them to do.
Sure.
My other question, or my question is, like, I mean, I do think the bottom line is this is a communication tool. And has our communications department even had time to look at it? And I mean, I would like them to probably weigh in. They don't have to weigh in right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, over the pilot year, maybe we can have them also look at it.
Yeah,
So.
Kirsten actually attended all the meetings when we had presentations by Remind and Skyward and Parent Square. And we've talked a lot about it as to, there are a lot of features that we're saying, you know, this is down the road, if ever. And I think they've been very vocal about some of those things. Would you feel like you have? And I think still needs lots of discussion, no doubt. But we're really looking at it for instruction at this point.
Mr. Iverson.
Yeah, so really interesting. I would agree with kind of Amanda's tone and thoughts about it. I've got lots of questions. I feel like it's being pitched as an overall communication tool. That's the title of the deck, the slides. Communication tool for teachers and families, single portal, parent communication across multiple instructional programs. So it feels like it's really being pitched as this is a tool to replace all tools, and it's a consolidation around, we're going to use this new parent square and everybody's going to use it and we're all going to be really happy. But then at the same time, I think the real reason why it's come to us is because, Karen, you feel like there was a need to improve the communication for those that don't speak English as a translation tool. So I feel like we're kind of trying to put a round square in a round thing in a square hole. The better way to say that. To me, if we're looking for just a translation tool, and then all of this other stuff may be in the future, and we need communication teams sign off and IT teams sign off. And by the way, we probably ought to talk to some parents to see if they would even use the tool. I feel like we should look for a translation tool versus an overall broad tool. I think to Amanda's point, we're getting reminds, we're getting emails. By the way, email's a pretty good tool as well. Lots of parents and teachers are using that. I would like us to talk to coaches, principals, teachers, parents, and I don't feel like we've done any of that yet to see what the adoption would be. I feel like we're just trying to solve translation, which is probably an issue, but we're also kind of pitching, feels like we're misaligned, that we're pitching this broader communications tool to only solve translation. And so I'd love to see, someone that's responsible for the overall, if we're looking for an overall communications tool, I'd like to see someone that's responsible for communications across the district, really presenting this to us in a more comprehensive manner. And I agree with Mont as well on the cost. If we're just going to use a translation portion, it feels rich. Candidly, right now, just from what I've seen, it's just a first reading, but I would not be supportive of trying a pilot this fall. It feels too convoluted to me right now. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
I have some questions. Of course, Skyward takes care of attendance. The Skyward also takes care of putting in grades. The Skyward takes care of taking the grades and translating them into the report card. Skyward also takes care of people's discipline, tracking that. I'm just wondering then if Parent Square is going to then take over the attendance, the report cards, the discipline, and the grading process.
Those are options that they have down the road if that's something the district wanted to do. At this point, we were not looking at that because they've worked hard to get Skyward in place. I think as Skyward phases out and we move to the new student information system, again, this is a future, that may be something that happens, but there's also a lot of other programs that we've looked at that may be better for those things.
Okay, so in Skyward, I can email, and in Canvas, I can email. I'm back to where everybody else is, I guess. The only thing I see that this does for me is translate if I have a student who needs translation, or translate for me if I have a parent who needs translation. And I'm paying nothing for those other programs, but I'm going to pay $119,000 for a translation program. I mean, a little more than that, right? For communications. So I wouldn't even, right now I'm thinking, okay, we're trying to implement science 4 through 6. We're trying to implement math in 6th grade. We're trying to implement LEA 2 programs in K through 5. We're trying to get teachers all trained in Canvas. We're trying to get online going. In 14 days from now, we can all be back to online and working on that. And yes, communication would be nice maybe with parents who don't speak the language, but we have the other 30,000 students who need us being able to function and do that. And so I don't even know I want to pilot it right now at this point, spend the money or take the time, because I think the teachers already, I don't know about them. I can only speak for myself. I'm on overload right now. Like, I just, to even think about one more new program, and I can't speak for all of them in Canyons, but I'm guessing all they can do is think about Monday right now and how to be ready for that. So I'd like
Understood.
to put it off.
Absolutely.
Okay, so thank you for presenting this information, and it sounds like the board wants to get a little more information before moving forward. So, and board, help me if I'm summarizing this correctly. It sounds like maybe some additional input from potential users. And then in regards to a pilot, maybe bring back to us what a very limited scope pilot would look like, as in maybe just a couple of schools that have the higher need for translation services. Am I getting this right, or do we just want to?
No, correct.
it
But I
for a
just got
little
thinking,
while?
so it's really hard when we do this like out of the blue. I mean, I did look at this, but I didn't realize this is what we're doing.
And it is just a first reading board, so now would be the time to ask the administration to, to get more information. And
So my thought was, if we have 2,700 and I forgot the number already. That's how good I am. 2,700 and how many?
62.
Students out there that teachers need translation for, maybe instead of giving it to all teachers and all students, that we come back with information on how, and if we can only give it to the teachers who have those students, which would narrow the number down a lot.
Well, I think that's kind of where we are now, in terms of they're finding other ways or they're not providing translation, because especially in a high school, we can do it, for provide supports for a couple of things, but the teachers also have to do disclosures for all, and all teachers have kids in their classes. When you look at how many ELs we have, they're across the district. So to your point, I'm wondering if, like you say, Nancy, it's late in the game this year. And so maybe we say, you know what, if there is a school who wants to do it, that they could work that out individually. We could take data and metrics along the way, and then maybe look at this more broadly next spring. I mean, we'll do whatever you direct.
I think I just want information back right now. I don't want to put it on any school. I don't want to ask any
Well,
school.
we have schools who've reached out and said, if we pay for it ourselves, can we have it? So I can tell you that there are some folks who want it, but again, that's may be unique.
is there anything currently in place that would prohibit a school that wants to do that, pay for it themselves? Right, but I mean, if they want to, if they can figure out how to do it, is there anything that is prohibitive of that?
I wouldn't think so. But again, they've already written their, if they had to make a change for their TSA plan or TSSA plan or their land trust plan, they could do that. A lot of schools don't have very much land trust money, and I think everybody's broke buying stuff for COVID. So, I mean, the timing, I could not agree with you more. I mean, this should have come a long time ago, and we understand that. So we don't want to belabor it when our real focus needs to be on everything else. We just want to be able to give teachers the tools they need to help all parents know what assignments are and how to do different learning objectives, especially if we have to go into a shutdown again.
Okay, so where are we at then? Yes, Mrs. Oaks?
I'd like a little bit more information on which schools have reached out to you and maybe some of the reasoning, or I mean, hearing that there are schools out there seems a little nebulous when we have so many, and what their hope is to get out of the program. Maybe that would be helpful for a second reading.
Okay.
Okay, and I think we can give you some time to collect some of that additional information that you think might answer some of the questions and concerns. So I don't know that we're ready to bring this back for second reading in 2 weeks, but maybe you could work on some information and work with the communications department. And when you're ready, then let us know and we'll find a time to get it back on the agenda.
Okay.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I just thought it would be a great idea to have the schools that are pushing to have something like that, let them be a pilot on it and work with, what is it, Parent Square? Work with them to do a one-time good deal to pilot it, because if it's that great and somebody pilots it and they come back and tell us that it really is that good, then that would be a real win-win for both us and Parent Square.
So could I clarify then, we can gather more information, but if there is a school that wants to pilot it, would you be supportive of them starting now so that they don't miss out so much the beginning of the year, or no?
I'm seeing some mixed
on,
reactions,
PSSA.
but I, you know, like I said, I don't know if there's anything in place that would prohibit that. If they work through their process and they'd have to amend their plan.
Well, could we pay for it, I guess, is the biggest thing. I
Well,
think
no,
that-
I think the school
think
would
the-
need to if they're doing it voluntarily.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is we've got community engagement and customer service during a crisis. And from what I'm hearing on this is we're losing a lot of individuals at multilingual families that we really need to get out and communicate to them, because there probably are other parents who speak English here with fear right now. I wonder, these families are really needing to have that. So I agree, maybe going through with some of the parents that you were talking about, some of these students that we're trying to deal with that are bilingual, or something to get this out there during this time. I feel if we wait too long, it may not be as beneficial as it would be now if we got it out to the families. I mean, how are we communicating with these families? Not very good. And this is the time we probably should be meeting our two of our 5 tenets the most.
I just don't think every teacher needs this tool. And so I think there needs to be some more study and some more explanation and some more information that we might not have to spend that much money every year from now on, that there's other ways for English to communicate with English, right? And so I just would like the information back versus trying to start pilots. I'm serious, teachers are overloaded, and I'd just like to wait. It won't hurt 2 weeks or 4 weeks just to get information back, and get the school started on Monday and just go forward from there.
Okay, so, and I just had a thought for some additional information, maybe that you could gather and bring back to whenever the time is that we have you come back. And again, I would also recommend that the communications team be a part of that, presenting the extra information. But perhaps there are other districts that have used it in the area in Utah, and we could get some reports back on that. All right,
And
board.
parent-
Anything else?
Parent feedback as well. Again, if there's there's parents that could use this tool, sure, but we don't know. I haven't heard anything from the parents.
Yeah, some sort of parent feedback, whether it's response to familiarity if they've used this tool, or perhaps response to some sort of a needs assessment for some of the things that this tool could provide.
Okay.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Thank you very
board.
much. Okay, next we'll call Dr. Amber Roderick Landward back up to present the district's early learning literacy plan. I think we're okay to go on for a few more minutes before we start the business.
Tell me. I'm just cleaning off here while you decide that. We good? Okay. This can be pretty quick too. So just a quick reminder and history. So Senate Bill 194 was passed in the legislative session a couple of years ago, and this added to the early literacy plan some really specific recommendations to focus more on evidence-based approaches to reading instruction. They had new expectations in terms of goals. This is where the state put in place the requirement for us to meet a state goal, have specific local goals that we had to meet. They also put specific requirements around intervention, consequences for failure to those goals, and then that's when they also started to require that we bring these goals and plans to your attention. Last year, that converted to House Bill 114, where they made the bill much more comprehensive and included some specific kind of a consolidation of some of the previous programs with kindergarten, preschool, and then they added a whole layer for math and licensing and professional development. And then COVID happened. So in the special session, they cut that funding. And so we essentially went back to where we were with Senate Bill 194 for the upcoming year. So what that means is we are moving forward in the 2021 school year, similarly to where we were in the last 2 years. And we are moving forward with the requirement to meet the state goal of at least 60% of our students in grades 1 through 3 making typical or better growth in reading, and that is by the state tool, which is Acadience. And then we also have to submit 2 local goals, and they have asked that we just resubmit our goals from last year since we never had an opportunity to demonstrate whether or not we met those goals. So with that, these are the goals that we had in 2019, 2020. So we are maintaining those goals. You'll see there we have a focus on kindergarten to increase the number of students proficient from middle of the year until the end of the year. And again, this language in how the goals are written is also a template that the state requires in terms of showing that growth. And they give you a formula for identifying ambitious yet attainable growth. And so they look at a suggested rate of growing at 2% per year from the previous performance. So you can see in 2018-19, we had increased from that middle of year to end of the year 2%. So that is why our goal is 4%. Our next goal is centered around first grade, so increasing those students using the measure of nonsense word fluency, whole words read, and looking at increasing by 22% between that middle of year and end of year, and 20% was our increase prior to the COVID year. Oh, are we going to call it that, the COVID year? That just slipped out of my mouth. So a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight that we did add to the plan, and those are specific strategies as a result of our experience with having to close schools between March and the end of the school year. So one of the things that we really worked on in the late spring and the summer was identifying all of the standards across the curriculum maps to determine which ones may have been missed given the child's experience during the school closure. And we reintegrated those into the maps more explicitly and into that scope and sequence so that teachers would know exactly what standard would have been missed in the previous grade and how they would want to integrate it into their lessons as they introduce that, particularly with reading and English language arts, those standards spiral. So this became a little bit easier task in this particular content area. We also purchased with our CARES funding a supplement called Enhanced Core Reading Instruction. And this is something that was developed out of the University of Oregon on a research grant where they took the top basal programs, Reading Street being one of them, and intensified some specific phonological and phonics routines so that they align directly with the program. So this will really help provide that explicitness. And this is actually, these routines are what we've been training our K through 2 teachers on the last couple of years anyway. So it's a really nice supplement that just drops right into the plan that teachers are already familiar with and focuses some more explicit language. We even have put this into the template for the online learning so that the teachers have these pieces embedded in there as well. And then we worked on an intensified tier 2 intervention protocol, because what we didn't want to have happen is when we test all of the students in the fall, that we over-identify students who are below benchmark because of the potential loss of learning that they had with COVID and the summer. So you have a copy of that. It's hard to see on the slide, but I did attach in board docs the full document so that you can see that flow chart. And this essentially walks through using last winter's benchmark data, which is the last data point that we have before school dismissal, and then identifying those students who at that time were below and how we can support them with more intensive intervention. And that intensive intervention is called 95% group, and it goes into some deeper components and along the range of instruction for phonemic awareness, which is where we would anticipate the kiddos in the younger grades, that impacting them the most as they head into these coming years. So we feel really good about those additions and what they will help us do in terms of closing any gaps that we see as a result of the closure. Additional strategies that we will continue from our plan last year will be the continued professional development. And again, this will be COVID dependent in terms of how we do this. We'll continue to provide professional development to the coaches so they can do that on-site work with the teachers and the paraprofessionals who will be the ones delivering these new interventions. We also had great plans to do some more system-wide progress monitoring last year, so we hope to take advantage of that opportunity this year with school being back in session. And then we want to move forward with our plans to evaluate intervention data systematically to determine which interventions are working and for whom. And we started a great collaboration with special ed last year in terms of aligning our resources and interventions. And I think putting that in place this year will also help us identify again which interventions have been most successful for specific students. So that's the gist. What questions may I answer?
Questions, board?
No questions. I
no
just
questions.
think it looks amazing. It looks great. It's a way to pick up last year and keep going with this year.
Thank
So
you.
thank you so very much.
Yes, I would agree, and thank you for presenting this to us. So I know, was it a year ago that we approved the plan that was submitted? Is there need for board action, or is this enough of a
really just
continuation of
it's
the
an
plan that
update.
was approved? Okay.
Right. And so it's more of a, you're giving us the green light to submit the plan. It's just basically an overview.
Okay. Okay, board, we all right with that? And yeah, thank you. This, as I was reading through this, and I just thought of all of those students that are going to benefit from this structure that you've put into place. So
Yeah, we feel, like I said, really confident, and many of the teachers, as we presented this particular plan to them at District Day last week, that feels like a year ago, less than a week ago, they were also relieved, Nancy, because many of them have already attended this academy and were thinking how they were going to put these strategies in place, and we were able to hand them something very specific that they could just pick up and teach tomorrow with little preparation.
great. Thank you, and thank your team.
Will do.
So that concludes our items for study session. And I would like to give the board a few minutes break, just to stretch for a minute before we convene the business meeting. So we'll take about 3 minutes.
So I can't believe I'm going to complain about this because I'm always usually freezing to death and have to bring in my coat, but I'm actually warm. I don't know if anybody else is actually really warm, but just wondering.
You know, you've got to enjoy life, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I've had this stupid mask on now for 3 hours, and I'm ready to rip it sucker off.
We're required to wear them all day. We're required to wear them all the time at our desk during this building, even when we're staying at our
Isn't
desk.
that asinine?
We're supposed to be a good example for teachers who are complaining that you're sharing it with us. So I have stitches right now, right here, and I can take the bandage off, but I can't.
You can't because that'll irritate it.
It grabs the stitches closed. But so big.
We need a silver bullet for this thing.
I'll give you one of these. My neighbor. That stuff, they use it for cold, really cold, for the last 20 years, and they've been using research to how they were good for doing COVID too, but everything. Hey, it's off there. You're in that state like I am. What the hell? Give it a rip. Yeah. Well, thank you. Anyway, she wanted me to give it to the board members, so she's worried about us. Last week, all these different events. I'm worried about it. Well, I said, okay. So what you do is you take it before you go, and you take it after you get done. After you get done. Probably true. I used to have a weight basket over here. So what? You used to have a weight basket in the corner here. Yeah, no, they had one on the other side over here too. Maybe it was a COVID thing.
All right, I think we're ready to reconvene. Okay, we're going to wait just a minute for a couple of board members. Okay, I think we are mostly all back. And thank you again for being here. And I would like to welcome everyone to the board meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is August 18th, 2020, and we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East here in Sandy, Utah. And the first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for today, August 18th, 2020. I will entertain a motion for that.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for August 18, 2020 as written.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. And any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you, Cindy. Okay, the next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, and that will be led by Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations. Thank you. We appreciate that. It's a great way to start our meeting. Next item are patron comments. And at this point, we did not have anyone request to address the board from the phone, but we do have two people that are here in person that have signed up to address the board. We'll first hear from Erica Bradshaw and then Ron Tolman.
There we go. Okay, so first off, thank you for allowing me to speak, members of the board, Superintendent Robbins. On behalf of members of Canyons Education Association, we're writing to, or actually asking for consideration of a change in schedule Monday through Thursday with Fridays off. And we're asking for short days for the first week of school. The early out days would allow students to ease into the new learning environment and help with PPE fatigue. We've noticed in the week and a half that we've been here, teachers have a really difficult time keeping masks on their face. And we think students are going to have an equally difficult time, and having short days, especially that first week, I think would really help alleviate that and help them ease into having to wear masks full time. If we went through the Monday through Thursday schedule with Fridays online, we could be able to do small groups, better sanitizing of the school, collaboration and planning for blended learning. And then I also wanted to share some comments about the online teachers at the elementary level. I've received numerous emails throughout the day about stress from these teachers on the learning. I know that ISD has gone through a lot of work and trouble to create these templates and an online learning environment that they hope is going to be attractive to the parents and the students and meet their educational needs. But one teacher said she came back from the online learning class in tears today. On top of her classroom responsibilities and 55 students, they expect me to create additional curriculum of 31 things a week. I don't know what those are. And she says she has limited technology skills and access to her tech coach. So that's a big concern for her. Another said she left the online teacher orientation and was not the only teacher left in tears and overwhelmed. They said the expectations were unclear. There were things like presenters saying, take time to personalize, but then you can't change the template. We expect everything to be the same. So they want to make sure that they're getting clear messaging. Another teacher was wondering about what kind of support they would have for things like the back to school night with students in multiple schools, providing scaffolding, individualization, administering tests and parent-teacher conferences when they're in this online format, because they were told they needed to do it but didn't know what kind of supports they'd have. Several teachers mentioned problems with the templates that needed to be fixed to be usable. And another really big concern is those online classes are really large. And so teachers are wondering if we end up being back everybody online. If one teacher has 55 kids and another has 20, are they going to redistribute those, or will it continue to be an uneven class load? So I hope that as teachers start going into this online thing, that we have a little bit of grace and understanding and maybe look at the kind of workload that we're expecting from them. Thank you much.
Thank you. And again, I failed to read our little disclaimer note. But Erica, we appreciate your comments, and we know that you are familiar with our processes. So I just want to remind everyone that the board appreciates public comments and encourages, but we do not engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a member of the public wants to comment on personnel issues, the board would request that those comments be submitted to the board in writing, and keep those comments verbally, to keep them civil, and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, slanderous comments about an individual. And so now with that, Mr. Tolman.
Thank you for your time this evening. I know it's valuable, and I'll try not to waste any of it. My name is Ron Tolman. I have 2 Canyon School District students, and I'm here advocating for parents who are worried about efforts to derail the reopening process. After listening to the public comments from the last several meetings, I realized that voices like mine have not been heard at these meetings. Before I begin with my prepared comments, I became aware yesterday of an incident with one of our sports teams. A student used a social media platform to spread unsubstantiated rumors about coaches and team members with respect to COVID protocols. Anonymous and inaccurate comments snowballed into mocking, slandering, and bullying. I don't think this will be the only time this will happen. I believe that persons intent on derailing the reopening process will increasingly use social media attacks to bully teachers, administrators, and students in an effort to falsely frame reopening as unsafe. I hope that the district condemns such attacks. I hope that the district holds such bullies accountable, and that disciplinary action is taken to the extent possible. The district reopening plan was based on the June 29th survey, where 86% of parents supported 5-day in-person learning when in yellow. I'm one of those parents, and I still feel that way today. The reason I feel that way is based on facts and science, not on emotion and fear, like has been represented in most of the recent public comments. CDC records show that only 37 persons 0 to 15 have died of COVID in the entire United States. Utah Department of Health records show that 3 persons aged 0 to 24 have died of COVID in all of Utah. 22 countries in the European Union have returned to school, many of them back in May, with no COVID outbreaks. A Harvard School of Public Health study declared that school closures are among the least effective measures at stopping the spread of COVID. The University of Vermont study published in the American Journal of Pediatrics concluded that children infrequently transmit COVID to each other or to other adults. In the last month, I've noticed an organized effort by the media, by certain politicians, and by politically motivated teachers' unions to derail the reopening plans. They shamelessly use fear and emotions, not science, to advance their agendas. I'm concerned that this effort will continue, if not increase, even once school starts. Again, I am here advocating for us parents who are worried about these efforts to derail the reopening plans. Canyon School District, I fully support your reopening plan. I think it is safe, and I think it is the will of the vast majority of parents and teachers. I don't support partial week plans. I don't support delays, and I don't support half-day schedules. Please, no more delays. Anyone who is really concerned about the safety of students, their efforts would be better focused on the increases in substance abuse and on the 25% of teens who have experienced suicidal thoughts during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes those that have signed up to address the board. So that will conclude our patron comments portion of the meeting. So next on the agenda is the consent agenda items, and I will ask for a motion. And in making that motion, will you please read each of the detailed items that are contained in that section? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with items A, approval of minutes from August 4th, 2020. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. And item D, approval of July financial reports.
Thank you. Is there a second for that motion? Thank you. And now any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Next item is item 6A, volunteer update. And so we'll ask Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator, to come forward.
Thank you, President and Board. Thanks for giving me a few minutes to be here. I appreciate that you value the volunteers in Canyons District, and it's one of your metrics and you want to hear about them. So this year, as we mentioned a couple board meetings ago, we've had about 4,804 volunteers so far this year that have signed up to volunteer in our schools. That's trending about 2,000 to 3,000 short of where we usually are. But considering the year we have and people are trying to figure things out and we'll probably be in the schools in heavy numbers volunteering for a few weeks at least, that's probably okay. The first time that we actually have events where they need to be at, we'll start seeing those numbers increase. But what we are feeling is a really strong willingness to support our district from volunteers. I know President Tingey has had an interest for years in having a district volunteer program, and we're actually seeing that a little bit this year. Of those 4,800 volunteers, we've emailed them for a couple of events and said, can you come help? And they have been in this week. ISD asked for some help putting together the kits for online students, and those volunteers responded. And then our annual Tools for School event, which was this last week, raising school supplies for underprivileged students and students in need in our district at Southtown Mall. And some of those same people were there volunteering to help. We've had community groups, church groups ask how they can help. And what we're feeling is just a lot of love and support from our community and from parents and from volunteers. So we appreciate that. A couple of weeks ago, kind of on a side note, we hosted our mayors and legislators to a lunch to meet Superintendent Robbins. Some of you were able to attend that. We also really appreciate their support and their relationship they have with us. And last week, we assisted with the region PTA training, their annual fall training. They had to reimagine that considerably this year and just train the presidents and the treasurers and didn't have everybody come. But it was an interesting day and just really good, a good feel. I think we left energized. And I tipped to Superintendent Robbins. I think we felt energized from that group. They were parents from all areas of the education spectrum. They're going to be online. Some of them are going to choose the parent-led. Some of them will be in our schools. Many of them will be in our schools. And they had a lot of questions for us, but they're the questions we're seeing and the questions that they wanted answered so that they understand how things work. And we just appreciated the time spent with them. There was a lot of nodding of the heads yes and support, and a lot of good energy coming from them, and we appreciated that. And so with that said, I would now like to introduce, well, first I would like to excuse Tanya Rhodes, our Region PTA Director. She had a viewing that she needed to attend tonight. And so in her stead, I'd like to introduce Terry Francis, who was here representing Region PTA.
Thank you, Susan. President Tingy, Board, thank you for your time. I'm here tonight to bring you two things. The first is this big check, which is the monetary representation of, where's Jeff? He likes these things. Which is the monetary representation of the hours spent by our volunteers bringing services to our students and our teachers in the form of teacher appreciation, health and wellness programs, substance abuse prevention, and a variety of other things, a lot of other things. And we're honored to be part of the district. The second thing that we bring to you is our support. On behalf of the individual volunteers, the local PTA units at the schools, and collectively Region 17, we're here for you. We are fully on the district team. We are excited to face the challenges of this new year, and we want you to call on us wherever you need us. So thank you very much.
And with that, President Tingy, unless any of you have questions, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Board, any comments or questions?
I just want to give a shout out to the community for pulling through. I mean, my neighborhood, they put out an announcement that they were collecting supplies for the kids at Copperview to have masks and other things. And every time I see something like that come from the community in the midst of when a lot of people are having uncertainty in their own work or their own lives, I just am so proud of our volunteers and those in the community that are trying to make a difference. So I really appreciate it. I just want to say that publicly.
Thank you. And I would like to add my appreciation. I was able to attend the training, the PTA training, and you're right, there was great energy, and we could feel the support and the desire to stay focused on really what public schools and education are all about, which is the children. And I just wanted to also mention that you can add one to that number of volunteers that have signed up, because I signed up myself just the other day, so it might have been
4,805.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, President. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, item 6B, new policy. There are several different policies, and we'll ask Jeff Christensen to come up and share with us where we're at on these.
Thank you, President Tingy. So on board docs, you have both a PowerPoint as well as the documents for the policy update. The first one I want to address is student attendance. There was some additional material added for this second reading that wasn't in the previous reading based on a state board rule dealing with pupil accounting. So what we've done in this policy is added updates based on HB 14 and that new rule. You'll see the definitions of absent, school-age child, and truant, and then the new ones that were added since the first reading are learner-validated program and learner-validated enrollment measurement. And those are added in the policy to address as we do our counts for students enrolled both in public as well as online or competency-based learning based on the new rule. And so new language was added for a learner-validated enrollment measurement. The language in the policy now is consistent with the rule and allows us to, as we do with our enrollment counts for in-person, we track that over a 10-day period, and then individual school plans can use these other forms of measurements based to address those that are studying online. Also in the second reading for the attendance, in the original draft, based on HB 14, they had language in the bill that removed a family event based on language specifically in that bill. They, excuse me while I switch papers. In defining valid excuse, they said it does not mean apparent acknowledgement of an absence for a reason other than described in those that are allowed in the statute. But you still can have, as a board, other forms of valid excuse. And in reviewing the policy and in meeting with our responsive services department, right now in state statute, a family event, you have to provide the school advance notice. And so we thought that was very similar to vacation leave, where you provide advance notice to the school you'll be absent. In discussing with the policy community, I just wanted to let you know that we received feedback to maintain family event. And so even though we could remove it, we're going to maintain it in the policy during this next school year, recognizing that attendance will be dealt with very differently given our current circumstances. So that was removed, but has now been placed back into the policy. I can answer any questions regarding student attendance before I move to the next policy. This is for second reading possible action.
Yes, Mrs. Oaks.
Is there a distinguishment on there about how far in advance they need to notify the school that there's going to be an event?
Yeah, in the policy, it refers to, let me just pull the statute out. I think it refers to 24, a written statement at least one school day before the scheduled absence, typically for that family event, and that will be addressed in individual school plans. That would be different than a vacation leave, which is also addressed in the board policy. Thank you.
Any other questions, board? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that explanation regarding that, the idea of a family event being, I think the section you're referring to is a valid excuse.
Right, and it's something that the board can determine to add additional to what's already included in state statute.
Right, and so that's that's where it would fit, and then there is a separate allowance for vacation leave.
Vacation leave, yeah.
And I believe that the advance notice time for vacation leave is more than 24 hours.
Yeah, it's not specific, but we can have additional time. And family event came several years ago from a bill from Senator Osmond, a parents' rights bill. And then after it was introduced, it's been adjusted in the parents' rights. And now that's how it's listed at this point.
Yes, okay, Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because I've had some parents complain to me before about if their child didn't remember a doctor's note, whether it's from a dentist or whatever, and they walk in, they've actually been given a hard time sometimes by the attendance office when the parent's there to excuse them. And they say, it's not enough, And so some of the parents have said, what do you mean? I'm the parent. It's a little bit of an odd sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that there's a respect there for when a parent comes and excuses their child, and maybe they didn't get 24 hours advance notice. But anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
So when does a family event turn into a vacation? I mean, when it goes for a vacation, I give you notice because I may be gone for several days. If I'm gone for several days for a family event, how does that differ?
That's part of the struggle I think we were having with where we have both of those potential board excused is it may be difficult. They may plan an event that's more than one day. I'm just looking at the statutory language where a parent submits a written statement at least one day before school for the scheduled absence. And it may be also for a visit with a healthcare provider or a dentist or otherwise. Typically in our policy for a vacation, that's a limit of 10 days, and that's worked through our planning and enrollment department.
Is there a limit on vacation or family events for the year? Do we have that in policy so you don't take off 3 vacations per the school year or something? Or, I mean, is there no limit on vacations?
I don't think we have specific language limiting it, but it could be at principal's discretion as they review and take a look at those issues. I mean, what we're trying to avoid with all this language regarding a student attendant is chronic absenteeism. And encouraging students to be in school. And so our individual school plans address those issues and are reviewed by school performance.
Yeah, just wondering to give the principals and the schools some teeth in the event that somebody's constantly taking off and then requiring the teacher to make up the time for the student being off.
Well, and in our plans, we do have, in our policies and attendance plans, there's language where students are required to make up the work that they've missed while they've been away, and can
but
do
it often takes the teacher has to make up the time they're off because they have to provide all that information for them and whatever. So I don't know. I agree with Chad because you got to have a family activities, but I just wonder if there's a limit on it as to how many days you could be off for call it for stuff. So I was hoping we had some limit.
And for the education vacation leave, it is the maximum of 10 days per school year. And that would be in section 7 of the policy under the student
That is
attendance.
limited then to 10,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
we don't have any limit on events.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, individual school attendance policies would then start identifying at what point there's certain consequences or things that would come up after
Right,
a
and
certain
during
number
this-
of attendance
And I know
absences.
and it may be outlined in the reopening plan, but I know our attendance committee has during this school year already discussed how they'll be addressing attendance related to COVID. And, we don't have the ability, we will not be sending, truancy letters. It's going to be a very different year. So we've already looked at some of those issues. I know at least the responsive services department has.
Yeah, my concern on that is, if it's a true family event, then that's okay. But we do have students that just don't get up or don't want to come, and the parents will say they don't want to argue with them and call it in as a family event or something. So I'm just worried about how many times we have that before. And there are parents that'll do that for their kids. Now, I never would, but there are a couple.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions? All right, do you want to
Yeah,
move on with the next ones? Thank you.
This is an update to employee conduct and professionalism. Again, this is language that was contained in our district's discipline policy that addressed an employee's duty to report. And what we did here is we took the language that we've had in our student discipline policy prior to its revision and just incorporated it back in regarding reporting, hazing, bullying, and abusive conduct. And so that language was previously approved by the board, and now it's just contained in our employee conduct and professionalism policy. The next one is school community councils, and this is adding new provisions to this policy for electronic meetings, which wasn't included previously. And it includes that electronic meetings must adhere to the meeting requirements as outlined in state law. And then we also added provisions for emergency and notice exceptions. And then currently for school community council elections, they may not be conducted by electronic means until such time as we have a means and method for conducting those that's been approved by the board. So those are all the three updates of current policies. The last policy is a new one for sexual harassment in Title IX. The U.S. Department of Education released new Title IX regulations for sexual harassment on May 6th to take effect August 14th. There's a draft policy that's been included on board docs that outlines the new process for addressing sexual harassment in the Title IX case for both employees and students. That's why we have a 400 and a 500 policy, one for our student section and employee section. In this policy, there's a new definition for sexual harassment and also one for sexual misconduct. Specifically, the new definition for sexual harassment addresses 3 forms, and it has 3 elements which are included on this slide, and that's outlined in more detail in the policy. And then as well in this new policy, there are definitions for actual knowledge, which puts the institution on notice of an incident of sexual harassment, and then how to report, file a formal complaint, conduct an investigation, and a determination of responsibility by the decision maker, and an appeal and record keeping, which are all governed by federal code of regulations. I don't have any additional information. I can answer questions regarding the new policy. If there are any questions, this is for second reading actual action requested, even though it's a new policy based on the timeline that were provided by the federal government for its implementation.
Okay.
And I should also note that we've trained administrators already on this policy in our pre-development meetings, and there'll be additional trainings ongoing throughout the school year related to this new policy.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions, comments on these updates and revisions to some of these policies that he's brought to us? Okay, and as was mentioned, it is a second reading, but with possible actions. So a motion would be in order. I will entertain a motion.
If you'll entertain it, I'll give one.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve item B under agenda item 6, policy 400.021/500.021 sexual harassment, Title 9. Policy update, let's see, 500.36 student attendance. Policy 400.01 employee conduct and professionalism, and policy 700.01 school community councils. And that's the motion.
Thank you. Just a clerical thing. I think it's policy 500.35,
Did I
right?
read that incorrectly? Okay.
Either that or my eyes saw it incorrectly. So,
I'm
Are we
probably
in
trying
agreement
to read
it's
ahead too far.
0.35?
But that's okay. You can amend my motion.
Okay, clerical, just a clerical thing. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And now any discussion to the motion? Oh, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, President Ting and members of the board.
Thank you. Chad, for some reason, we're not hearing your volume.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that motion carries. Thank you. Oh, did I ask, were there any opposed? No. Okay, thank you. So now that concludes the new business section, and under closing items, I just realized tonight that we didn't plug in there an opportunity for the superintendent and business administrator and board members to give comments, and I would like to invite them to do that at this time. So prior to adjourning, I would like to invite Superintendent Robbins and then Business Administrator Leon Wilcox if they have closing or some comments for us before we close, and then give board members opportunity also for comments.
Thank you, President Ting. I just have a few. Lot of emotions and feelings. I don't know that I can fully express what's on my mind. Definitely thinking a lot about next week and all that's been said tonight around our worries, the uncertainty, the new normal, and what might look different next week. I'm thinking a lot about our teachers and our staff and their courage to step up and go forward. I'm also thinking about our students and thinking about how long it's been since they've engaged us and the need there and their excitement. And I'm sure, as mentioned earlier, their stress and anxiety as well about returning next week. And I also just want to express my appreciation to you as a board and for your confidence and your questions through this entire process. And we will continue to be flexible. We'll continue to be responsive. And having said that, all of the administration staff behind me, as well as our parents and our students and community, I'm confident that we're ready to open school on Monday and get back to the business that we're here for and to do. So a lot to think about for sure, but I'm humbled and I'm overwhelmed with all of these different emotions and feelings. And I hope that all of our students, parents, teachers, staff, administrators, and community at large know that it weighs heavily on me. It weighs heavily on you as a board in this challenge. That I've mentioned this before. There's not a playbook that we just pull off the shelf that says, here's what you do in a pandemic. This is historical. It's unprecedented, and I think we all recognize the stakes, and we're going to go forward and do this and do the very best that we can for our students and all those involved. So just want to express my deep appreciation. And I also want to comment, Leon is in full rebellion, if you haven't noticed, not to make light of his new face mask, but he had to go out and get one that completely is opposite of the official Raiders Canyons face gear. So Leon, we're going to have to address this problem tomorrow, if that's all right.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Superintendent. I will ask Jeff Christensen to meet with Rick tomorrow on our policy. And that's all I'll leave with that. Just to echo a couple things, yesterday we received, I know there was an article in the paper or news that we hadn't received our stuff. It came in late yesterday afternoon. Our warehouse staff was out moving equipment at Brighton, so they maybe didn't have a chance to respond, but it came in yesterday afternoon. We got 12,900 of these KN95 masks, another 5,200 of these shields. Keep in mind, we've already supplied masks to all our employees, but we are going to get these out starting. We pulled them and put them in boxes. They will be shipped out to schools starting tomorrow, so they'll have them available for next week. So we do appreciate the state for that. We are understanding they're going still to deliver us some hand sanitizer and some wipes, but we've already procured all that, for the start of school there. As I've done the last several years, just want to give you a quick update on our construction projects as we begin school next week, just so you know where we're at. Every summer we have lots and lots going on. This is no different. Actually, probably more this summer than most. Let me just give you some highlights of the key ones, starting in elementary, then moving up to the secondary schools. At the elementary, we had 7 schools that had skylights installed. They were all done. So we've done all 18 that we promised in our bond. Okay, so they're all done there. We think it adds a lot to the school. Draper Elementary, we've been doing the road and parking lot there. That was painted today, was asphalted last week, painted today. So they will have the full bus drop off, parent park off starting Monday. There is still a portion on the west side that will be the staff parking lot that was not done yet. That shouldn't impact them because there's still plenty of parking elsewhere, but that will be done in about 2 weeks, that whole thing. So we're excited to get that wrapped up. That will be a nice thing for that community there with it being able to split the parent and the bus drop off. Last week we had our virtual, thanks to Kirsten, Jeff, and team, our virtual ribbon cutting at Mid-Valley. We are ready to go there. Yesterday, the fire marshal did give us clearance and occupancy to go move forward with that building. So we will be in. Again, we still have to do the parking lot on the west side of the school and all the landscaping and the playground. We will still be there till about, November to finish all that up. But the main thing was getting a fire loop around the building, which we have in is sufficient right now. Moving up to the middle schools, most of our middle schools have been redone, but so we don't have a lot going on there. I just want to mention the one that we're concerned with, and I think it's the second most concerning thing we have coming up with our facilities, that'd be at Union. That's the heat there at Union. It's one of our 3 schools that has swamp coolers, does not have central air. We have put in 25 or so portable air conditioner units to move the air around there and to try and cool that down. But that is one that we are concerned about. That will also be in place for the next 2 years as well, as we look to rebuild that one. So, but usually if we can get past Labor Day, mid-September, then, we have the natural cooling that helps out with that building. But we will be watching that one. Moving up to the high schools, a few things have been happening in our high schools, if you've noticed, but Hillcrest, again, will be opening the athletic center. They've been using that pretty much all summer. Nothing's changed there. I was talking with Principal Greg Levitt today. They had their home football game victory last week, and they said the visiting team was just gushing about the facility that we have there now, so compared to what they have. So we're excited about that. Again, that's pretty much, it's that one, the new arts and auditorium and the story, they're making good progress, but again, that's still a year out till that's done, a year from now. Moving over to Alta. We want to emphasize that the fire marshal has not given us occupancy, but they are coming Thursday morning to what we present final occupancy order. We know we're cutting it close. We know that there's just so much we had to try to do there, but we do not foresee any issues there. Again, they will have the full auditorium, of course, the field house. The biggest thing is all the north classrooms on the first floor had a full mechanical upgrade. So last summer we did the upstairs. This summer we did the downstairs. The upstairs really never worked right because we hadn't done this downstairs because they were operating on 2 different systems. Now that we got them all on one system, we expect it to operate much more efficiently, starting with day 1 next Monday. The whole building will have a different feel. If you've walked in there and seen the new commons area, it's actually stunning. I'm gonna use that word to see the windows and whatnot. So it's gonna have a whole new feel inside Alta. I see you're shaking your head. We need to get you in there to see it. Oh, we're getting you. You got to go see it, Amanda. Beautiful. Then I'm going to move over to Brighton. Again, the fire marshal is going to Brighton, I think at 9 or so Thursday to give us occupancy. Again, we're cutting it close. We know that. Then down Alta. Brighton, I would say, I had a neighbor who just moved into our neighborhood, and they came over and said, we're still kind of living out of boxes. And that's going to be a little bit of the feel at Brighton in the new arts building, okay, for the first couple weeks of school. We'll get occupancy, but it's going to be still some unfinished areas in that new arts building. There's about 12 classrooms there. We've really been hit by COVID, delays with contractors and with the materials being delivered. But it's good. If you haven't been in, the arts building is very nice. The views, again, stunning, looking to both to the east and the west. And then also we should have pretty much the gym areas also coming together. We want to emphasize, they will not have the gym bleachers or the auditorium seats until about mid-October, until after fall break. So we're going to go for a while without an auditorium or a gym. Of course, we can't have assemblies or things of that nature, but they are coming. Again, I think if you've been in either one of those buildings, it does look very nice. So there's where we're at with our buildings. I just want to thank, they've been moving all kinds of equipment up at Brighton the last couple of weeks. So I just want to thank our warehouse team and our facilities team for all the hard work they've done up there. So if there's any questions on where we're at construction wise, well, that's all I have. So I just want to give you that update. And again, thank you to everyone who's been working so hard to put together our opening plan. Our teachers, our phenomenal teachers, and our staff, and everyone who's just put hours and hours into trying to make sure we haven't left any stone unturned. I really appreciate everyone's diligent efforts over the last several weeks. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, board members, let's see. You want to start, Clarine? Do you have any comments?
So this might be a night of apologies and thank yous, but I apologize to Amanda. My comment right after your comment about your children and how you were helping them and how they were seeing things, I didn't mean to like say that that isn't the way everybody sees it. If you felt that way, I'm sorry. I think that's a really important thing that you said. As I thought about it, like I said, I'm slow at thinking right now. But all parents should probably be working on that, talking to kids about what that school day is going to look like when they get there, and maybe even going to the campus and walking through a few of the steps of, you know, you're going to go around here, you're going to stand on this line, your teacher's going to come out and get you, and then you're going to go in the classroom. And I really, as I thought about it, thought that probably is really, really important. I had thought today, and this is along your thoughts and thinking, it would have been nice if I would have had a crystal ball and could have thought, you know, 3 weeks ago, why didn't we start with first grade just going to school on Monday, walking through the process, going to the lunchroom, eating, no other kids in the way or in the direction of then knowing which ways they walk down the halls, which ways they come up the halls, which ways they circulate. And then like on Tuesday, you have just second grade there. And then on Wednesday, you have third grade there. So there were no other grades interfering with them learning how to maneuver the school, learn their classroom, and sit in the lunchroom, because it looks different this year. They're going to be sitting and looking forward. And but then, as BJ said, and I totally agree, we have to move forward, and they need to get there. They want to get there, so they know what it looks like, so that they, you know, can do the things they need to do. And I have these daily fights with myself. I don't know how many other people are having these daily fights with themselves, but you know, from different perspectives of life, like this is probably way too personal, but like I come from the older than dirt generation. And so in my mind, I've had the measles, I've had the mumps, I had rubella, I had the chicken pox, all in 1 year, actually, my 6th grade year. And my poor 6th grade teacher suffered from my mumps to his mumps. And I know I gave it to him because I was the only one who had the mumps that year. And my 6th grade year, I missed like 45 days of school. And by the time I hit 7th grade, I was put in resource because I had lost so much, the abilities to do math, the abilities to read. I'd lost so much education that it was really a struggle for me in 7th grade. I really didn't get that picked up and fixed probably clear until 10th grade, when I had a couple of teachers who really, really cared and said, "You're smart, you can do this, you just need to do it," you know? And then I think about, you know, where the teachers are and all that's being asked of them. And I know all they really want is to be safe and to have the kids be safe. I mean, that's their ultimate goal. And I have no Kleenex. Anyway, so I think about that and the kids and all that they want to do. Thank you so much. And I think about a lot about what Steve said last week, 2 weeks ago, about, you know, not ever thinking about being in this position where you're trying to make these decisions with no prior knowledge or no book that leads you and teaches you how to do it all. So with that in mind, I just want to remind everybody that we are trying to do this all together. And there are lots of different age groups of people who've gone through different things, and people who have gone through hardly anything. And we just need to listen and try to keep our, I'm trying to think of the words, I'm sorry. try to listen and understand where the person's coming from. And then also be willing to listen to what the other person has to say after they hear you and where you're coming from in a kind method. These next few days are going to be really hard. They have already been hard the last 6 days. To get around to the schools and see what they need, see how we can help out the custodians, help out the lunch ladies. I had no idea until our lunch lady told us the other day that she, over the summer, has been doing that with 5 people doing 800 meals a day and stacking those 800 meals and getting them served. And our Fridays are going to be really complicated at my school because we have school with students being in school on Fridays, even though we don't, even though, I don't know how to explain that. Even though we're not in school on Fridays, we are in school on Fridays. There will be students there. We will be teaching them. And those lunch ladies have to serve them lunch in their places that they have been designated to sit, and still come up with another 600 lunches that are going to be not in school driving through the driveway, 5 of them. And I just have to shout out to every person individually for everything that they're doing and trying to do and helping each other figure it out and make the most of it so that these kids are happy and content and get an education and are safe. And so I just want to shout out to all of you and tell you I really appreciate you, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley, and then Mr. Iverson.
Sure, thank you. This has been quite an interesting year, this last year. I personally, and probably a lot of you, miss the activities that we didn't get to do. And I know the teachers have missed those and the students have missed those because, as my son said when he came home from Utah State to work on online, Dad, I left all the good stuff and I'm still doing the bad stuff. And I think we've done that. We've taken all the activities and the celebrations of family parties. We basically had school openings or all the other stuff. And we spent a lot of time focusing on getting things done. The 10 years I've sat on this board, I don't think I've seen this staff and all of our employees work as hard as they have over this last year, last 6 months. It's amazed me to see that. And as I said the last time, I worry about you because we're all on edge. Our teachers are on edge. Everybody's on edge. But I can't turn on the radio without giving me the COVID count every half hour. I mean, everything I turn to. And I encourage us as we go into this school year to support one another and see how we can encourage our principals and our staff to support one another. We don't want the divisiveness that it's gone on throughout our government and everything else to hit our district. As a board, we've been, as I said last week in an email to everybody, we've been amazing working together. This has been a time to tear apart a lot of boards, and we've been able to just stick together despite 9 to 1,000 different emails telling us to go all different directions. I mean, you'll get one yes, one no, one. I mean, it's interesting. You just have to do what's right and what you feel is right. So as we move forward, I feel encouraged and I feel confident that we will work through all the different issues and concerns that we have, as the parents have. Will we make mistakes? Yes, but we will learn from them. And we especially encourage the help of our parents, as I said earlier. We're not going to be able to make this work if our parents are not supporting us, if our parents are not doing the checks that they're supposed to do on their children before they come, but yet parents are complaining that we have kids with COVID in school. Who sent them? So we need to really depend upon the parents to make sure that they are sending their kids healthy to us. And if not, let us know. We'll support them all we can during that time. We'd much rather have them stay home. And we know how hard sometimes that is on the family, but families to understand how hard that may be on an entire family and the school family. So again, I send out my encouragement and support to all of our staff and all of our members. I went to a meeting today. I was encouraged by what was being there, but I also felt a lot of attention. Sort of like the of this is the elementary school. Teachers are under a lot of tension right now to do things right and to do quite a few things at the same time, in addition to all the stuff that's being asked of them. So I ask you to keep each one in mind and to support one another as a family so that we can make this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Iverson?
So grateful for all the work that's been done over the last couple of months to prepare for next week. I'm excited and encouraged. We've already been going to soccer games and band practices and band drills, and it's been fun to start to get engaged again in the school system. There's going to be challenges, and to Steve's point, let's just all do the best we can. We're making the best decisions we know today. We may make a very different decision in a week or two with additional data and information and experience. It's all just academic, for lack of a better word, until we start to see what really happens next week. So thanks to the administration and all the teachers and staff for preparing for next week, and let's go get them.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, so last night I couldn't sleep. It was like 12:30. So it's on social media. That's not a good thing. But I did come across a really good article, and it was called, it actually made me feel better so I could go to sleep. It's called Grace, Please. And it just talks about it's going to be hard. And it has been hard. But these are things we can do. Show grace, please. Extend kindness, courtesy, and humility to principals, administrators, superintendents. I would add teachers. I would add parents to that. People in our community. We could all just use some grace and some patience right now. Assume good intent. Every teacher, every principal, every administrator I know, they care about people. They care about students. That is why they have been working nonstop all summer to get school ready. Know that, I do know this, we've all been working our butts off. They didn't use butt, but I won't say that. I know that you guys have not gone on vacations. You've been working just 24/7. And I just want to recognize that. I know that. I understand that people have been making personal sacrifices. There again, administrators, principals, teachers, everyone. We all have been doing that to try to do what's right, to try to get kids back in school, which we all know is the best thing for them. Give words of encouragement. So I just think anything we can do, anything that we can say that's positive, have patience. We need to work together on this. We need to work as a community. If we want our kids in school, we've got to work together to make this happen. And I just appreciate the board, all of you guys. I respect you. And I just want to say thank you to all our employees, every single one, from superintendent, which, he's amazing. I saw him 2 weeks ago and I said, you need more sleep than I do at this point. He had some dark circles. So anyway, I just really appreciate what he's been doing and just the load he's been carrying, and all the way down to the bus drivers, every single person. I just want to thank them. So I'm excited for school to start though. And I really appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
Okay, so I'm going to keep my mask on because I've been getting texts that some of the teachers and principals are a little bit discouraged by us removing masks all the time because they apparently have to keep theirs on all the time, even when they're alone. So solidarity. I had a really great conversation this morning with a local neuropsychologist that follows education issues very closely. And one of the things that he said to me was that we have to remember what goes on in the human brain. with, if we picture the thumb here as being the amygdala or the animal brain that is the fight or flight response, and the rest of it that closes around it as being the prefrontal cortex that has the capacity to make wise judgments and to consider things thoroughly and clearly. Right now, we are living in a situation, and this is what he said, and I would agree with him, where the amygdala is being triggered repeatedly over and over and over again by what's happening in the media. Between it being an election year, a pandemic, and so many other social issues happening, it's relentless. And I feel that way as a parent, and I can't even imagine how kids feel right now. And one of the things that he pointed out is the importance of when we are talking to each other, that we bring decibel levels down. There's no shouting, there's no yelling, there's respectful communication so that the amygdala doesn't get repeatedly triggered, and that prefrontal cortex can actually calm down and think through things clearly and make wise, good, solid decisions. And I thought about that and how that applies to what we're doing here as a board, what will be happening as every student and family engages with school again, as teachers are dealing with so much stress. The importance of them making sure that in the face of all of the triggering messaging that's going on throughout the world, that we can be a source of calm and kindness. And just to remind one another over and over again of how we believe in one another and we're going to assume the best of what someone's intending. And by the way, Clarine, I would never guess that you were ever saying anything unkind. You don't have a mean bone in your body. One of the things I also considered this morning when I was going through some of my mail and different to-dos, I came across my latest property tax statement. And I looked at it and I thought, it was just a year ago, right, that we approved increasing that feels like an eternity. Increasing our property taxes in this area in order to increase teacher salaries. And I will never regret doing that. I think it was the right move. Teachers are some of the most critical people in our society. And I'm so grateful that they could receive that raise and that we could pay them more for what they're worth. And the same token, I thought about all of the other families throughout this district that are struggling with work and the inability to go back to work, in part because their kids are home, or all of the different challenges that they're facing. And it reminded me all over again of how much as a community we all depend upon one another. Their ability to be able to pay for those increases is directly related to whether or not they can work and support their families. And so it's in an era where I feel like so much of the messaging, like what that neuropsychologist pointed out, is attacking and belittling. I think it's so critically important that we remember how much we're interwoven in our dependence on one another, and how much we need to remember how to treat one another with kindness and consideration and consider all of the different perspectives. I agree with what's been said. I think so much of the decision-making that's happened this summer has been very difficult. And as a board, we've really tried to consider every perspective. I've read every email that's been sent, and there have been hundreds, and it becomes a blur after a while, but every single one I've thought and I've considered. And I know that we're trying to make the best decisions possible in light of the situation in front of us. And things might change and they might shift and move under our feet. And when that happens, we'll come back to the drawing board all over again and try and make wise decisions all over again. But I just want to thank everyone that's tried to make contributions. I recognize you've all shown up with your best and given your best foot forward. And I'm just sincerely grateful for that. And whether or not our community all is able to see all of the work that goes behind it, or whether they're ever able to see all the work that goes behind what a principal or a teacher does in the classroom, is probably unlikely, but at the end of the day, there's 34,000 kids that are benefiting. And so I thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Milleberg.
Amanda, I appreciate your solidarity with the principals and wearing your mask. But as I started out, if I had to go to school and wear a mask all day, I couldn't do it. You've increased my intake of water because it's an excuse to pull my mask off and drink. So I'm just going to be really, really anxious to see what happens when we get back in school. Not often do I comment on patron comments, but Mr. Tolman, thank you so much for being here tonight. It is so nice to have somebody from the community come in and say, what we need to do is exactly what we're going to do. So thank you for being here. And thank you also for the reminder of the other services that come from public education. The social and emotional, sometimes I'm a little flippant on the social and emotional stuff, but you know, that is a very, very valuable service that comes from our school district. And so thank you for coming and reminding us of that. It's a big deal. I also want to express appreciation to my fellow board members. You know, over the last couple of board meetings, I've probably been the odd man out a couple of times. And I feel like we've not always agreed, and we've debated things and we've discussed things, and no idea was a stupid idea. And we just kept going. And I think because we debated rigorously, because we listened to ideas, I watched our opening plan morph into something better than it was when we started. And so I think that we have to maintain the ability to disagree and the ability to compromise and the ability to respect people that don't think exactly like you do. Another topic I just wanted to mention quickly. Oh my goodness, it was just so much fun to virtually cut a ribbon at Mid-Valley Elementary School. I'm kind of glad we have that extra week to get that school up and going. You're right, Leon. That west parking lot, I walked through there the other morning and it's dirty. I'm really looking forward to where every day, including Saturdays, at 7 o'clock, I don't hear the automatic beep, 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 beep. But that is a great addition to my community, to my neighborhood, to have that school there. Kirsten, that program is exceedingly well done. Thank you for your effort to make that happen. I appreciate Nancy's support to be there with me for the ribbon cutting. It was fun. We had a couple of kids, a couple of students that were there to hold the ribbon, gave them the scissors, and Nancy and I held the ribbon and let them cut it. It was fun. And after the ribbon cutting, there was a car parade. Nancy, I don't know what you thought about that. I expected the car parade to be about 5 cars long and done. It was well over an hour in length. And it was really, really cool. And it changed my outlook a lot to walk out to where the teachers were greeting the kids with their posters and welcoming them back to school, to see the excitement in the eyes of the kids. They want to be in school and they need to be in school. So that was really fun. Also, the kids got to pick up a brick from the old school. I picked up 5. Tamara Baker still has those in her office for me because they had 5 of my kids that went to school there. Last item that I have on my list, we have the Utah School Boards Association. They have a monthly challenge for their Master Board Award. This month's challenge is to complete the online training for the school community councils. So board members, I have to report that at the end of every month. Please let me know that you've completed that. I will tell you that everybody here, I'm sure, is faster than I am on a computer. It took me about 15 minutes to do it. So take your 15 minutes, complete the training. We're required to be trained on that every year anyway. And let me know so we can submit that to the Utah School Boards Association, and hopefully we'll win the drawing. So that's all I have for tonight. Oh, one other thing. It is so refreshing to be at board comments and look at the clock and have it say 8:35 and not 11:35. It is nice to be done this early.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold said she had one other thought.
I'm sorry. So I received a couple of emails about my last comment to last board meeting, which was asking the administration to please see that the principals could help. Well, the word I should have used was help, making sure that the teachers were getting all that they needed to do to complete all that they could complete. But it gets late and you get tired. And I selected the wrong word in there. And so people felt that I was saying that the teachers don't do their job. I was really trying to get teachers to get more help. So if you were offended, I'm very sorry. I apologize. That was not my intent. But when principals are circulating, they can see what's going on and they can help or find help. And like even tonight, there are comments about the online learning and the people learning Canvas. Please always reach out and find the help. There's always somebody around the corner who's willing to help you or figure it out or do something for you. In March, when I started Canvas, I knew nothing. I had never even opened up that program. And so I had to reach out and I had to get help. So please always do that. And the other one is I just want to tell you kind of what gets me through right now. And if you want to take a look and see and watch this, it's pretty amazing. I have a great granddaughter who has no arms. Sorry, a great niece who has no arms. And she's on YouTube a lot. And the YouTube is Our Incredible Girl with No Arms. She actually lives in Harriman. And it is amazing to watch her ride horses, to dance, to cook her own breakfast, and to eat all of her food. She's a great little artist, and I want you to know she does all of that with her feet. And if you can do all that with your feet, if she can do all that with her feet, we here can do what we need to do to open up this school and figure out how to do this mask 6 feet apart and only talk for 15 minutes and walk away from each other. But I just want you to know, if you just one day just feel horrible and terrible and just can't feel like you can do one more thing, turn her on. She will make you laugh. She will make you cry, and you'll have a new perspective about life. That's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. So most of what I wanted to express has already been said, and I appreciate each of you on the board for recognizing the tremendous amount of work that has gone into. I mean, it's a lot of work goes in every day running a public education system, but this last 5-6 months has just been absolutely incredible. And I do recognize the personal sacrifices and the extra dedicated effort put forward by everyone. As I have thought a lot about this, and as I know everyone has, I realize there's no job position in this district that has not been affected by this new reality that we're in and what we've been trying to do. And I just, it's just so inspiring to me to be surrounded by such amazing employees and people in the district that are so dedicated, so caring, and And also, I'm very inspired and impressed by the community that we live in and the input and the engagement that has been put forward, as has been mentioned through emails and different sharing of articles and different conversations. And I just really recognize and appreciate how extremely difficult this is. And I truly believe that our Canyons District family can and will and is coming together in very amazing ways. And first day is always an exciting day for me, and this is going to be a unique first day. And but I hope that it still is exciting, and I hope it represents an opening of opportunity to a brighter future for all of us. I just quickly want to thank Mont for reminding us about the USBA challenge and recognize that actually joining us for much of this meeting is the USBA Associate Director, Lexi Cunningham, and we appreciate you being here with us. And we do look forward to this weekend, the USBA activities, the pre-delegate assembly and the delegate assembly, which will be actually held on our campus here. And so we're grateful for our USBA friends and that opportunity that we have to associate together with them. And then, yes, Mid-Valley was a lot of fun. Thank you for organizing and planning that. It was really great, and I wish that community all the best as in their new home. And then I just also wanted to mention a few days ago, I was able to catch a video that the Brighton High School student body had put together. And they were encouraging each other to mask up, and they gave their reasons why. And it was just so wonderful and energetic. And I just truly believe in our young people that they know what they need to do, and they understand things probably more than we give them credit for. And I think as we help promote that understanding and encourage their engagement and their positive behaviors, that it's going to be really amazing things can happen. And I will close with my appreciation for my board members. I appreciate how very caring everyone is, and how desirous we all are to do what's right and to represent our community. And I just thank each of you for your hard work. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for joining us.